Good evening, students. Today we have 6 topics. Generally the ED is supposed to happen on Sunday because of the New Year, and we know that you might be celebrating it, so we preponed it to a Saturday. We have 6 topics and we will be discussing them properly. The first topic that we have is reservation in private sector, social justice and private sector. Now the issue is this: whether we should have reservation in private sector. Now the term social justice is a bigger term than reservation, because social justice simply means fair distribution of resources and opportunities in the country or in the society. There are multiple ways of ensuring social justice. One important way of ensuring social justice is reservation. There are multiple other ways. For example, let's say scholarship to students, right? That is one way of doing it. Subsidy, that is also one way of doing it, right? Separate policies and schemes and programs for vulnerable sections. For instance, I take an example of NFSA, National Food Security Act. Another example is NREGA Act, because BPL get what? Employment. So there are multiple ways of ensuring social justice, whether through education, employment, or various other provisions of social goods like housing. But the most important actor in the provision of social justice to the people is the government. We have an idea that it is the government or the state as such is constitutionally mandated to provide for social justice. Entire DPSP is about what? Socio-economic justice. We know that. Now the question is, what should be the role of private sector in this social justice debate? Whether private sector should also have an important role in providing social justice to people. If the constitutional mandate of social justice is only limited to the public sector, which means the government, whether we should advance or extend this concept of social justice to the private sector. If at all we want to advance, how we can do that? And to what extent we can extend? The way we have reservation, for instance, in public sector, based upon caste. So can we do the same thing in public sector? In private sector? Can we use the same mechanism, same approach for providing social justice through public sector? Can we apply these things to the private sector? That is what we are going to see. And this debate has an important context. Because as you know, since 1991, the Indian government, both at the central level and at the state level, adopted something called liberalization and privatization in conjunction with globalization. The crux of this philosophy, the crux of this idea is state, that is the government, role in the economy and society will be reduced. The state will withdraw, private sector will enter. So beginning in 1991, what the government of India as well as the various state governments, what they have done is, they have started disinvesting or privatizing public sector undertakings. So many public sector undertakings, PSUs, have been disinvested or privatized. Disinvestment means the government will have some control over it. Privatization means outright sale of that institution or undertaking or company. So on the one hand, government has tried to disinvest or privatize. On the other hand, the government also tried to reduce the number of intakes, which means the recruits into the public sector. The word public sector includes public sector undertaking and government departments. Right? Public sector undertaking means government companies, government corporations, government enterprises. When I am using the word public sector means the entire governmental sector, which includes PSUs also. Clear? So on the one hand, the government has sold a lot of things. To who? Private sector. On the other, the government has tried to reduce the number of recruits into public sector. As you know, even in the case of UPSC, field for examination, if you see the period of 90s, the number of intakes into the UPSC to various field services was very less. Even if you start see from 2014, 15, 16, the number of vacancies are being progressively reduced. And when you are reading newspaper, you know that there are large number of vacancies in various departments of the government, including railways, PSUs and various other ministries, etc. And you also know that there is a trend in the government department that government departments are undertaking something called contractualization, outsourcing. Right? So in a way, one RBI study has pointed out that beginning of this LPG till 2013, almost 50% of the jobs in the government sector have been lost. 50% of almost 15% from 1990s to 2013. Now RBI has this data till 2013, but we know that as of today, the government of India has this policy of what? Maximum governance and minimum government. So government of India as of today is taking such steps for privatization, disinvestment and various other mechanisms. Because the government says government's business is not to do business. Government should provide more scope for the private sector, which means the number of jobs in the public sector is progressively being reduced. So the important problem here is we have reservation, SC, ST, OBC and now EWS. So let's keep away this EWS for time being. SC, ST, OBC. There are multiple studies which have pointed out that reservation for these communities have increased their participation or increased their number in the government jobs, irrespective of the hierarchy, whether it is group D, group C or B or A. Reservation has enabled their participation in the government job, which helped them to move up the social ladder. So reservation helped them by providing employment, but also what? Social upliftment, economic advancement. Now what happens is that this much of jobs are being lost, which means the number of vacancies are also being reduced. Let's say one PSU A, for instance, is being sold out. So whatever vacancies existed, whatever reservation existed for these communities are lost because there is no reservation in private sector. So the more privatization, the more contractualization, the more disinvestment, the more outsourcing, the scope for entry of the backward sections of society, especially SC, ST and OBC into government sector is being progressively reduced. So this is impacting the concept of social justice, because there have been multiple studies again which found out that the ownership of the industries or enterprises in private sector are relatively concentrated in the hands of upper caste in India. Right. There have been multiple studies. One UGC ex-chairman has conducted a study. We will provide you that in the booklet. Right. And there is a study of Asim Premji University, 2018 study. Asim Premji University. Asim Premji University study, 2018. This also found out that on the upper echelons of private sector, which means the managerial decision making positions, there is a huge concentration of who? The upper caste. If at all there is a large number of SC, ST, OBC, it is at the lower level of the private sector. There are multiple studies which have found out that a person's caste, gender, religion, etc. have created bottlenecks from getting employment in private sector. So on the one hand, government is withdrawing and the private sector is entering. And on the other, the vacancies are being reduced because government is not conducting recruitment and also taking about outsourcing, etc., etc. And the hierarchical structure of Indian society is such that the weaker sections of the country, the marginal section of these people, SC, ST, OBC, etc., are not able to get the opportunities in private sector. So from both the ways, they are being what? Excluded. So the question is whether the private sector should also be mandated to provide some kind of social justice benefits or mechanism so that we can include this marginal sections of people. The argument is that, the argument that we are going to see, in fact the debate that we are going to see is whether private sector should be mandated to provide for quota-based reservation. I am using the word quota-based reservation. But the term social justice is bigger. Private sector says that we are providing various social justice. In fact, the private sector says that we have taken number of social justice initiatives. They say that we are providing scholarship to students. They say that we are having something called corporate social responsibility. That is also we are giving back to society. We are also having skill development system. We also have apprenticeship programs. In fact, the private sector in India is a major partner of skill development, that Skill India or National Skill Development Mission. So, private sector in India says that we have an institutionalized system whereby we provide lot of benefits to the society as a whole, especially the weaker sections of society. So, it is not that we are not what? We are not being part of the social justice pledge of the constitution. We are doing whatever we are supposed to do. It is not that we are not doing anything. But the crux of the issue is, whatever the private sector says that we have done this thing, we have provided this much of scholarship to this much of people, we have provided this much of employment to this much of people, we have provided this much of financial assistance, technical assistance, skill development programs, etc. We have conducted this much. It has been not verified. In India, there are three major industry bodies: ASSOCHAM, FICCI and CII. Right? So, they have said that we have provided this much of scholarship to students, we have provided this much of employment to people, we have provided this much of skill development program, etc., etc. But that has not been verified independently, number one. So, because of this lack of verification, that whether they actually did that or not. Second, in the backdrop of globalization, the private sector is given a lot of support by the state. How? Earlier, some industries or sectors of the economy were reserved for whom? Public sector, which has been removed. The public sector, which means the government, is helping the industry by acquiring land, tax concessions. So the government is helping the private sector to grow through multiple mechanisms: land acquisition, subsidies, tax incentives and various other mechanisms. So because the government is helping the private sector to grow, should the government have some control over the employment practices or the functioning of the industries? If I am helping you, then definitely I can tell you something that you should do this. And whatever the government is doing is public money, not government's money as such. So there is a public purpose which the private sector has to do, because it is not that the private sector is capital. When government is acquiring land and giving to the companies, or let's say when the government is acquiring land and giving the land on lease to the companies, when the government has reduced the corporate tax to 15 to 20%, what is happening? The government is helping the private sector. So it is not that only private sector is employing its capital. The idea is that private sector, it is my money. The individual who is the owner of the company, it is his or her money, or the shareholders' money. So if we allow quota-based system, as far as employment is concerned, it will impact our productivity, because according to them it will impact merit. Providing reservation in private sector will impact the merit, competitiveness, profitability of the company. But this argument is not completely true, because you can only say that if this is my company, everything in this company is mine, I have not taken anything from the government. But it is not the case. Every company, every business in this country is being helped by the government. And when the government is withdrawing, the private sector is getting opportunity to do business. When the government withdraw, the space is filled by who? The private sector. So which means government is providing opportunity for private sector. If the government is providing opportunities for private sector to enter and grow, and not only that, if the government is helping the private sector by acquiring land, providing concession, etc., then the objective of the government, which is social justice, should also be extended to the private sector. Ultimately, the objective of the constitution is not limited to the government. It cannot be that, because the constitution of this country is applicable to all. The argument is simple this: whether there should be a quota-based reservation. Quota-based reservation in private sector. We are not discussing here, or we are not saying that the industries in this country, the business sector in this country, or the private sector in this country is not providing scholarship, not providing skill development. Or in that sense, we are not saying that the industry or the private sector in this country is not helping in achievement of social justice. No. We are saying that whatever they are doing is not enough. And it is not enough, and we don't have any verification mechanism to that, whether they are doing it or not. They say this much of people have been employed. We have provided employment to this much of people. Now the question is, what kind of employment is that? Whether it is contractual, whether it is casual, whether it is this, what we say in Swiggy and Zomato, what is that word? Gig economy type, yes, gig or yes, free, or something called freelance or partners, they use this term. So what is the nature of employment? And where this employment is given, which means which position? Lower level, middle level, or higher level? I am saying that we do not have any verification mechanism that whether the private sector companies have given this much of employment, scholarship, etc. to the society. Even if they have given it, that is not enough. And if it is not enough, whether the government or whether there should be a mandatory quota-based reservation in private sector, especially quota in the sense that quota for SC, ST and OBC for that matter. In employment in private sector is concerned, whether there should be a quota-based system like we have in public sector. The argument for this is, number one, the public sector is withdrawing, private sector is entering. In the backdrop of globalization, it is a private sector led development. And the government of India, through various systems, measures, mechanisms, policies, laws, etc. have been helping the private sector to grow. Earlier, government sector was the major instrument or player for achieving social justice. So, objective social justice through government. Now, government is withdrawing and giving more room, opportunity to the private sector. But the goal is the same. So, to what extent we can ask the private sector to provide reservation in employment, especially to the weaker sections of the society. This issue of reservation in private sector is an issue which has been in debate not only today, it has been since 1990s. Because when the government of India has been conducting this LPG, liberalization program and privatization, there have been demands from SC and ST and OBC communities that this approach of government of India of privatization, disinvestment will impact our employment prospects. Because once you sell a PSU, it becomes what? Private. So whatever job opportunity I have as an SC or ST, then that job opportunity is lost. So as I mentioned, the RBI study says more than 50% in public sector jobs have lost from 1990s to 2013. This is a study. And in fact, there are multiple other studies also, private sector studies as well as the government of India studies. Government of India in the sense, those people who were working with the government. And there were also independent studies also from NGOs, etc., which have found out that the scope for employment in public sector as far as SC, ST are concerned, it's increasingly getting reduced. And whatever the space the government occupied earlier is being taken over by private sector. And since 2014, the government of India is doing something called large-scale privatization. The government of India's policy since 2014 is large-scale privatization, disinvestment. You know that. LIC, etc. And what else? This BEL, BHEL, etc., etc. So when there is higher privatization, there is lesser number of jobs for SC and ST. So ultimately what will happen, the social justice, which means fair distribution of resources and opportunities in the society, will be undermined. Now the question is, हाँ दे दो बाद में मतलब जरूरत पड़ेगा तो ले लूँगा. I want to ask you whether we should reservation in private sector. What is your opinion?
Ultimately, the main purpose when we talk about socialist model of society, as in case of India, there should be social justice and there should be promotion of SC, ST and OBC to such a level so that they can feel like there is upgradation of them.
What if the private sector says that it will impact my, let's say, competitiveness?
So, in my opinion, government should work for capability development and skill development so that they can be employed in private sectors easily.
But if there are studies which have found out that despite having qualification, a person's name, religion, caste have become barriers from getting employment in private sector, despite being qualified and having skills and capacity. To what? Yes. I understand. At the end of this discussion, this particular, this topic, we will see that what are the problems of having the reservation in private sector and what can be done to address these things. Is there any constitutional issues? Now I want to ask you, is there any constitutional issues as far as reservation in private sector is concerned? Can the government use the constitution to make a law to provide for reservation in private sector, whether in education or employment? Is there an issue?
Social justice,
There is no issue. Does that violate Article 19(1)(g) of the Constitution? Article 30. Sorry?
Affirmative action provided by the government.
Affirmative action as per the Constitution is limited to, in general, it is limited to the government, not to the private sector.
But private sector is taking the place of public sector.
No, that's okay. The argument for the, it's okay for the sake of argument. But the question is, if
Same as CSR, you can apply this provision. CSR is also somehow
in CSR has a mandatory basis in Company Act 2013, right? And in that, the government says only profit should be used. So, if at all the company does not have any profit, then there is no CSR as such. So, we are not talking about CSR in the sense that CSR comes after profit. We are talking about the entry, employment. CSR is not unconstitutional. But the problem with reservation, quota-based reservation in private sector can be constitutionally challenged. Ultimately, we are studying polity. We are not studying economy as such. So, we need to also have the understanding of constitutional aspects. When we say,
The equal opportunity of employment.
if we provide reservation in private sector, that will be an advancement of equal opportunity to employment. Because as of today, the studies indicate that because of person's culture, caste, religion, language, etc., the person is not being able to get equal opportunity to get the employment, despite being equally qualified. Let's say I am I'm from this let's say religion A, right, which is a minority, and there is a person who is a religion B, who is from majority community. Both of us are equally qualified, equal experience, etc., etc. But because of the religion is different, the interviewer or the private sector employer can choose between me, between A and B. So what if the person is chosen with B, majority religion? So this violates equal opportunity. Equal opportunity means we should both have equal opportunity to get that employment. Religion should not be a basis of discrimination. Caste should not be a basis for discrimination from employment. Irrespective of the caste, irrespective of the gender, irrespective of language, culture, region, etc., etc., color, etc., etc., every person should have the equal amount of opportunity or prospect, chance to get an employment. The employer can decide whether A or B or C can be suitable. But the suitability of a job should be based upon the requirement of the job, not based on the identity of an individual. Right? Now, the question is, when we talk about affirmative action or social justice, there are two instruments of it. One is education and another is employment. As far as education is concerned, there is reservation in private sector. As far as education is concerned, there is reservation in private sector. One example is Right to Education Act 2009. 25% for EWs, economically weaker section, not based upon caste. Economically weaker section of society, depending upon the economic status, income, 25% of the total seats from 6 to 14 age group in private sector educational institutions should be earmarked for EWS. 25%, 6 to 14. But this is not applicable to who? This reservation is not applicable to minority educational institutions, whether aided or unaided. When we are saying private sector, private, I am going to classify this into two: minority and non-minority. As far as education is concerned, reservation is applicable to non-minority. Article 15(5) of the Constitution. Do you have the Constitution with you? You have. Very good. You don't have? You remember 15(5)? Not employment. Educational opportunity. Yes, very good. I am going to read it for you, 15(5). Nothing in this article or in subclause G of clause 1 of Article 19 shall prevent the state from making any special provision by law for the advancement of any socially and educationally backward class of citizens or for the scheduled caste or the scheduled tribes insofar as such special provisions relate to their admission to educational institutions, including, this is important, including private educational institutions, whether aided or unaided by the state other than the minority educational institutions referred to in clause 1 Article 30. Clause 1 of Article 30 deals with minority, linguistic or religious. Minority educational institution, whether linguistic or religious, the reservation education is not applicable to them. But private sector, which are non-minority, minority, there are 6 communities as far as religion is concerned. Linguistic minority is decided state-wise, religious minority is decided nation-wise. So, in private sector, education, there is reservation. Under Article 15(5) of the Constitution and also under Article 21A, because 21A provides for Right to Education Act. But keep it in mind, the reservation under Right to Education Act or reservation under education is only applicable to non-minority educational institutions in the context of private sector. Under Article 15(5), the central government has not enacted any law. It says what? 15(5) says the state can make provisions, whether aided or unaided private sector, but not minority. The central government has not made a law for providing educational opportunities, quota-based education system to the SC, ST and socially educationally backward classes in private sector educational institutions, non-minority. In 2019, the government of India decided that we will introduce a bill. Bill for what? Bill to give effect to this 15(5). 15(5), Government of India decided that we will introduce a bill in the Parliament to give effect to the provision of reservation in education in private sector institutions which are non-minority. But the Government of India did not introduce that bill. State governments have introduced multiple bills in which they have reserved reservation for various communities at state level. But at central level, we do not have a bill. At the central level, what we have is Right to Education Act, which provides reservation 25% on the basis of economic character in private sector, non-minority. Right? So, as far as education is concerned, this is the scenario, which is very less, I must say. Because if you exclude the minority institutions from RTE, what happens is that the minority institutions in the context of educational system is one of the most meritorious institutions in this country. You might have heard about something called convent schools run by Christian missionaries, etc. So generally, we also have a convent school here in Karol Bagh, St. Anne's or St. John, something like that, right? Here, just near the metro. There is a college also. So most of the institutions run by the Christian missionaries and let's say Jains and others are known for quality education system. Now what we are doing is we are excluding them from the purview of RTE. So which we are, right. So what we are doing is we are not giving the qualitative education to the weaker sections of society. In Pramadi Education Trust 2014, Pramadi Education Trust 2014 case, Supreme Court has said that RTE is not applicable to the minority educational institutions, whether aided or unaided. What the Supreme Court is saying is simply what? What is written in 15.5? It is simply reiterating it. 15.5 says education fine, state can take actions, but not in minority, linguistic or religious. But we are saying that this is a flawed approach. One of the most qualitative education provided in this country is through the minority education institutions, whether school level or professional level. So we need to include these institutions in the purview of education. The federal government needs to bring a bill to provide scope for education for the various communities, SC, ST, OBC in educational institutions. 15.5 is an enabling provision. Fundamental right is, reservation is not a fundamental right. Keep that in mind. It is not a fundamental right. It is an enabling right. Whatever is given in the constitution is enabling, which means that state can use the provision to make law or policies, etc. to provide reservation. Reservation as the decision of Supreme Court in Mukesh Kumar versus State of Uttarakhand, 2020, if I am not wrong. It is said that reservation is not a fundamental right, which means I cannot go to the court saying that my rights are violated under Article 32. I cannot do that. One of the important pillars of social justice is education. As far as education is concerned, the opportunity for the weaker section of society is very limited. And when you study the newspaper, when you read the newspaper, you know that the private sector, especially under the context of RTE, which are non-minority, are taking a lot of various steps in order to prevent the entry of the weaker sections. They are not, let's say, they are not filling the vacancies, number one. In fact, and they are providing different uniforms to people who are EWS quota. Have you ever been to this BLK hospital? You? No. Whenever you get an opportunity, you go there. There is a section outside that building, within the compound. No, section for EWS. Section for EWS. There is a section within the building for non-EWS, which means those who have money can go there and get treatment, etc. The difference between these two structures, these two rooms, you can see. The non-EWS section, which means those who have money can go and get treatment and pay. Those who have the capacity to pay. The section which caters to the people, those who have capacity to pay, it looks like a 5-star hotel. Entire thing. But similarly, when you look at the EWS section, it is dilapidated. It's like a jhopadi kind of thing. It shows the difference. Now the question is why there is EWS section in a private hospital? Because the land is being given. In Delhi, what happens is that the government provides land to the hospitals at concession rate, lease, etc. So, and because the government is providing land, government can say that you should provide this much of people free treatment or less treatment, etc. This much of bed should be reserved, etc. Even Gangara hospital, that happens. That can be done. But I am trying to say that a difference in the quality of services provided to the people who have capacity to pay and people who are poor. This is the same thing which is happening in schools also. Different classroom, different, uniform. Everything is different. In order to feel them that they are different. Despite having this 25% reservation in non-minority educational institutions in the private sector, the private sector educational institutions in the country are taking a lot of steps in order to what? In order to avoid the application of 20% reservation. So this is having very limited impact. So this is the situation of education. Now we are coming back to the second issue of employment, which is another important aspect of social justice. As far as employment is concerned, the private sector or any citizen of this country has the fundamental right under Article 19(1)(g). Talks about citizen has the freedom to carry out profession, trade, business, etc. But this 19(1)(g) is limited by Article 19(6). Restrictions is provided. So my fundamental right under Article 19(1)(g) can be regulated, restricted on public interest. On public interest, reasonable restriction can be placed on the right of a citizen, which includes companies also, companies, corporations, etc., enterprises also. In public interest, it can be done. Now the question is whether the government of India or the parliament can make a law to provide for reservation for SC, ST or OBC in employment in private sector by using Article 19(6). Through by using the ground public interest, reasonable restrictions can be placed on who? On the private sector, which means especially in the context of employment, trade, profession, etc. Let's say there is a company in Delhi. The federal government wants that. No, I won't take Delhi. I will take Haryana. I am taking about an example of in Haryana. There is a company in Haryana, a manufacturing company. If Haryana Legislative Assembly tries to make a law which provides for reservation in that company, let's say 5% reservation for the scheduled caste in some level of employment, will that be constitutionally justified? Or can there be any constitutional challenge to that? Can the law be challenged in the court? Can the court, Supreme Court, High Court for that matter, can strike down that law which mandate reservation in employment in private sector to scheduled caste? The government says, or the Haryana Assembly will say, or the Haryana government will say that I am using Article 19(6), which provides reasonable restriction on the basis of public interest. If that is the argument of the Haryana government, what can be the argument of the private sector? Is it constitutionally feasible to provide reservation to the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes or OBCs in private sector employment on the basis of caste? Scheduled caste, tribe, caste. We have provided reservation. We have added Article 15(5), which says that educational opportunities can be given to SC, ST or SCBC in private sector also. So in education it can be done. Only exemption is who? Only exemption is private sector, minority institutions. If education opportunity can be given, what is the prohibition on providing employment opportunities?
So can be challenged on the basis of economically weaker section.
What can be challenged?
Such the private sector quota reservation.
Caste has become the criteria for reservation after the judgment of EWS.
We can apply social criteria also on the caste.
That is,
Otherwise there will be no challenge.
I am simply trying to ask you the constitutional basis of this. Can the private sector challenge such a measure of the government that it is impacting my fundamental right under Article 19(1)(g)?
So after private sector using the public resources also, they can divert their
CSR comes after the economic activity is done. We are simply dealing with employment, entry level. Whatever we are discussing CSR, etc., that is the way forward. In that we can say That we will see. But our fundamental question is constitutional issue here. This issue has not been discussed by the court, the Supreme Court or High Court. Caste-based reservation in private sector employment has not been adjudicated. Because, why? Nobody has given reservation in caste-based, nobody has given reservation on the basis of caste. No government, whether central or state government, has made any law to provide reservation in private sector employment on the basis of caste. That is the reason this has not been decided by the court. Number one. Now I am saying, okay, that's fine. But I am saying that as far as education is concerned, let's say there are many, yes, this one. What is that? Here in Haryana, there is a private institution, Lovely University or Sharda University, something like that. There are many universities in Haryana which are private, even in UP also. Why they are doing this? What is the purpose of that university set up by a private person? If it provide a provision of education or to earn profit? Earn profit. It's a private sector enterprise. Clear? So the activity of that private sector enterprise is education, and the goal is earn profit. Right? Because the government is not helping them. The salary is paid by the institution. Everything is, the infrastructure is created by the university. So until the people, the students, they pay the fees, etc., the institution cannot run. So it is profit. Another private sector enterprise which is into, let's say, coal business. What is its objective? Profit. So whether a private sector runs the business of education, health, coal, steel, shipping, does not matter. They are doing business. Their objective is profit. If we can have reservation to some extent in the private sector as far as education is concerned, what prevents us in having some kind of reservation in employment? In that university which is having education as a business, we want that, let's say in the teaching faculty, you should provide reservation to, let's say, SC or ST or OBC, this much, 1%, 2%, 5%, whatever that might be. As far as I am concerned, which means my understanding is concerned, there is no constitutional bar as such. But the question is, whenever such a law is made, I am saying no law is made. No law is made, no executive decision has been taken by any government, whether it's central or state, to provide reservation in employment in private sector on the basis of caste. Every word I am saying is very important. I am using the word caste, stressing on that. Why I am using it, I will tell you later. Whenever that happens, we will have a clarity. But as far as we are concerned, if a question is given to you, then you can use this 15.5 and RTE, which provides for reservation in private sector also, apart from minority. So if this is provided, this is constitutionally correct, Supreme Court has accepted this also, the logical corollary that follows is, we can provide some kind of affirmative action, reservation, some kind of reservation in employment also. There is no bar as such. Are you able to understand what I am trying to say?
But education is most also for domestic industry, and if we go to the private sector in large, we are also getting the international market. There are international companies come. Why would they come?
In this lovely university, you also find a lot of international students.
Students are there, but
They are paying money.
But the company investing is Indian company, right?
So what?
Education is domestic.
Are you trying to say that if you provide reservation, the quality of the product of that company will be impacted?
Ease of doing business would reduce.
ease of doing business will reduce. That is an argument the private sector will say, but that is not a constitutional argument. We can have multiple level of argument. If it is something constitutionally correct, then it is correct. Ease of doing business, we can improve that through multiple ways. The challenge to ease of doing business is multiple. It is not only reservation. There are multiple issues. Bureaucracy is the most important issue. But that does not mean that a law will be invalid. A law which is made by drawing power from the constitution will not be made invalid by citing the issue of ease of doing business. No. No. That's a different, I will explain that. I am coming to that. That is based upon this domicile, not based upon caste. That is the reason I was stressing on the word caste. I will come to that. To answer your question is this. If something constitutionally valid, it is valid. Other problems like merit, competency, etc., can be addressed. Whether provision of reservation in private sector employment will violate my fundamental right, whether that will be reasonable or not. If I am saying, let's say, if the central government made a law or the parliament made a law in which 50% reservation is been 50% at entry level, or let's say in the 50% reservation for scheduled caste, 10% for scheduled tribe, 10% for OBC, no, let's say 15 and 10%. 15, 10%. Now the question is 50 plus 15 is 65, 50 plus 15 is 75. So you are providing whatever jobs a company or companies will have in a particular year, 75% will be from these communities. This might not be reasonable. This is an unreasonable arbitrary criteria. 75% is very huge. That cannot be done. So the only criteria that will be whether it is reasonable or not, whether it is in public interest or not. This is how you should see the issue. What happens after the court gives judgment, we don't know. Right? I am saying there is no constitutional bar as such. But it should be in public interest and should be reasonable. And given the fact that we are providing reservation in private sector institutions, in education, not in employment, but education, students, which means that we can extend the concept to others, which means the private sector is not immune from the pledge of social justice. Why are we giving reservation here? 25%. And many state governments have provided in professional education by drawing power from 15.5. Private sector, non-minority, engineering, medical, etc., that there is reservation. Constitutionally can be done. Second argument, we are saying that LPG, privatization, disinvestment, etc. Third argument is that structural bottlenecks that these communities face, which are substantiated through studies. In order to write an answer, what you require is 3 to 4 points, valid, logical points. Isn't it? In order to substantiate that, we have provided some studies in this also. I have just explained that RBF study, Asim Premji study, University study 2018. Upper echelons by who? By the upper caste. There are multiple other studies which also found out discrimination on the basis of color, caste, religion, gender, region, etc. So equal opportunity is violated if that is the case. Now the question is, apart from the constitutional issue, what can be the argument provided by the private sector? We are simply now seeing what can be the argument provided by the private sector. What arguments can be given that there should not be reservation in private sector employment? Now we are going to see that. If I am let's say I am the owner of this institute, let's say, hypothetically speaking, it's a private institute. So if government tries to make a law that I should also employ people from this community this much, whatever vacancies I have to earmark this much of percentage to people from this community. What can be the possible arguments that I will give against this approach of the government? What can be number one? The most important or the most probable or the most often cited argument is it will impact the competitiveness, merit, freedom is of doing business of the private sector. Ultimately, private sector should have freedom to conduct its own business. Because the private sector competes with each other. Competition is the essence of private sector. So in order to compete with other competitors, you should have what? Proper human infrastructure. If merit-based people are coming into my company, then I can compete with other companies and outperform. I can grow. If reservation is the basis for recruiting people, so the idea is that, or the argument is that merit will be compromised. It will affect the efficiency and competitiveness of the private sector, which is a similar argument which was given in the context of public sector reservation also. Merit, efficiency, etc. So this is one of the arguments that the private sector will say, that it will impact the merit of people who are entering into the employment. If merit is compromised, what will happen? I cannot compete with the competitors. So I cannot earn profit. So whatever the company will run into run into losses. So ultimately the company will have to shut down, which will impact my fundamental right to run an institution or company. So merit, competitiveness, efficiency is an argument which is provided by the private sector in order to reduce or restrict the methods of reservation, mandatory reservation. But do you think that every appointment in a private institution, whether it is big, small or etc., is based upon this merit only? What about family-owned businesses? Son succeeds father or daughter succeeds father, then grandchildren, etc. How is the Reliance Industries run? Who is the chairman right now? Mukesh Ambani. Who was the chairman earlier? His father. Who is the in charge of this Jio, etc., etc.? The Reliance company or the brand Reliance has multiple companies, multiple businesses. They are diversified into multiple areas. Now the question is, all the people who are at the highest decision making level in these companies are only appointed on the basis of merit or relative favoritism, nepotism, family ties. When we see the Indian INC, that is the Indian business system, most of the decision making positions, the board level, the MDs and GMs and others, are either close relative or let's say, or relatives of friends. I'm simply saying that this entire system of the highest decision making level in private sector is largely being filled by people who are relatives, friends, and those who are recommended by others. So networking is the basis. You must have heard about something called reference. Reference in private sector. Instead of qualification, etc., etc., what is being more important? Reference. If person is referred by this, yes. So the more contacts you have, an individual has in a particular domain, the better the opportunity for that individual to grow in that area. So networking, contact making, social capital are more important. Blood ties are more important. Caste is more important. Family ties is more important. Relative, favoritism, nepotism are more important. Instead of merit, most of the time, the highest decision making positions are occupied people who are known to each other. So the idea of merit argument is flaw. The idea of merit is having so many flaws. Clear? I am trying to give you some, what we say, argument plus counter argument. And the idea of merit is not an homogeneous thing. What exactly is merit? merit of a person cannot be judged only through an examination, only through some kind of, let's say, qualification test. Merit, if merit means suitability to a job, suitability to a job not only depends upon the educational qualification, the experience and various other things, but also depend upon how far the person can learn the job and how easy, how fast the person can learn the job and perform the task allotted to that person. It is not only merit does not end with entry. If that is the case, every civil servant in this country, as far as public sector is concerned, should have been very efficient. That is not the case. So merit is not compromised by reservation. Because merit is not limited to what you have before entering into the administration or for that matter the employment. Merit means suitability to the job, which also means the person is able to learn the job and to perform better in that job. So if people are entering into reservation into private sector, the private sector should also provide opportunities through training, skill development, various other things to help the person to grow or let's say learn the job. Even after whatever you learn, let's say you are an engineer, you have an engineering degree. Does that mean an upper caste engineer studied in let's say Stanford University without any training can carry out a job in an institution? There is training. Training is given, whether you are from Stanford or Cambridge or whatever that might, training will be given. Even if you are first ranker in the civil service examination, there is training for you. Why? Merit, suitability to job is not limited to your qualification, experience. So the argument that merit will be compromised is having two important flaws. Number one, most of the appointments in the private sector are based upon references, nepotism, favoritism, etc., etc. Bollywood is a great example of this, nepotism, favoritism, etc. Big family-owned enterprises in this country is a big example. Second argument is that merit or this competency, efficiency is not limited to what? Entry. It is also an ongoing process. If that is the case, no business in this country would have closed down. Because as of today, there is no what? Reservation in employment. The NPA in this country, non-performing assets of private sector is what? Huge. Why is it happening? Is it because of this reservation or merit? No. It is how it is being functioning. So there are multiple factors. Number two is major problem with the implementation aspect of this. How will you implement this reservation? It's a very difficult issue. One major issue is this. As the government has this annual recruitment as far as UPSC's concerned it has, and we have separate personnel management agencies, UPSC, SSC, etc. for different departments, and they conduct recruitment. So there is a streamlined process, although there are delays. But in private sector, it is not like that. It depends upon their requirement. Depends upon their requirement. There is a streamlined annual recruitment in private sector. In fact, the companies are laying off people these days. Even if you make a mandatory this much of percentage, let's say 5% you have made mandatory for SC in, let's say, all industries. It is not necessary that they will take them because they say that we are not recruiting. And if you are saying 5% employment, what kind of employment? What nature of employment? Contractual, outsourcing, freelancing, partnership, whatever. There are multiple nature of employment, whether it is permanent or not. What is permanency in private sector? Let's say I am an SC. Through reservation I got into a kind of job. There is no permanency. There is no job security as such. If I am not performing, let's say if the company is having some loss, I will be thrown out. So what benefit this will have? Are you able to understand? And not only that, if you are saying reservation in private sector, how will you categorize private sector? Which kind of industries? Which type of businesses? How do you classify, categorize? Is it only service industry? or within service industry, let's say only software, or let's say in this manufacturing sector, is it only coal, steel, or many other things? In which positions? Managerial, clerical, which position? Technical, where? How will you implement it? This is a very major issue. The implementation challenges is very huge. Apart from the constitutional aspects, etc., we are not. The major issue is the implementation aspect. It will take a lot of what we say. It will have to. The government has to set up a huge bureaucracy to implement this. Ultimately, you see, if your government is, let's say government said 5%, who will monitor this? If they are implementing it or not? Inspectors?
But ultimately they will say, again, government is running private sector.
Absolutely. That can, yes.
Then what is the purpose of private sector?
One argument we covered in the ease of doing business, because if the government deciding the management issues, decision, etc., it will impact the freedom of this. Fine. Even if the government won't say that, we will develop such mechanisms, systems, where you will not be having any problems. But the actual implementation of that particular policy or law is very difficult. It's not possible. Even in public sector, reservation is there. If you see the IITs and IIMs, the number of vacancies, the number of posts which are earmarked for SC, ST and OBC are vacant for a long time. They are not recruiting. They are not taking them. There are large number of posts in the government sector reserved for SC and ST, which are vacant. Government is not recruiting. So this is the situation in the government sector. What will happen in private sector?
Sir, is the reason of merit? That is why government sector is not recruiting you? What is the reason given by the government?
For what?
Can be given by the private sector also? If we are saying government sector is not recruiting the SCs and STs and OBCs, there are so many pending posts.
Yes.
Then same argument can be given by private sector also when they will not recruit them. The major issue will be of merit.
No. Private sector decisions depends upon the requirement of that private sector. There is no vacancy as such in private sector, right? Because if, let's say, this institution, I will take an example. We have staff who are doing multiple jobs. If tomorrow the institution takes a decision that we will be only having offline classes, no online, no recording. So all those staff who are employed in the IT sector will be what? Jobless. So that is not a vacancy as such. Until and unless the government abolishes a post, there is vacancy. Merit is not the issue here. The government is not recruiting not on the basis of merit. Reservation is a reality in government. Government is not recruiting the people, and people from this community, SC, ST, OBC, is not based upon merit. And whatever the vacancies are there in government is not only the vacancies related to SC, ST, OBC. There are general category also. Are you understand what I am trying to say? The vacancy I am saying that it is general also. So it is not discriminating here. But yes, there are instances where some institutions, especially IITs and other educational institutions, have discriminated against people belonging to the weaker sections. Like we have vacancies in public sector, annual vacancies. Let's say one person has retired, there is a vacancy. There is no as vacancy in private sector. It depends upon the growth plan of the company. It depends upon the decisions of that company. The company can freeze recruitment. Government cannot do that. Easily it cannot do. But government can have various mechanisms. Like let's say, there are a number of times where the examination paper is leaked. So once it is leaked, the session is over, which means it will the examination will be conducted later, 6 months, 7 months, again leaked. They will announce we will be conducting examination. The date will not be given. So they will not say we are freezing the recruitment. Recruitment in process. Recruitment is in process. The process will take 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. Right? We are not saying that government is not recruiting on the basis of not having merit. No. The idea is not that. Reservation is reality in public sector. And merit argument is not valid. That we know. And the argument of merit in private sector is also not valid. But private sector recruitment is not similar to public sector recruitment. There is a system which is in place in public sector. In public interest, there will be recruitment in public sector. Ultimately, government has to provide law and order, maintenance, social justice, etc., etc. people. But for private sector, it is profit. If a company, let's say Twitter, large number of people have been what? Laid off, fired. Why? The new owner of the Twitter feels so. Yes, I don't require this much of people, firing them. Google, it's happening. Tomorrow they can say that we will not run this division. We are closing down, which means the entire people will become jobless. And that decision should be with the private sector. The government cannot interfere in that. By mandatorily giving reservation or employment, you cannot take over the company. There should be a line here. Because of the multiple challenges in the sense that one argument is merit competitiveness, it can be an argument as far as examination is concerned. Right. Second argument is implementation issue, not very large number of implementation issues. Right. And third one is that it might impact the freedom of business. It can, no doubt about that. But the question is whether the government has tried to provide reservation in private sector employment to various sections of people. Yes, there are many state governments in the country which have tried to provide reservation in private sector employment, not on the basis of caste, but on the basis of domicile. Domicile means a place of residence of a person. Domicile is a certificate which is given by state government depending upon some conditions. Haryana, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, etc. are some states which have provided laws. Through law, they said that private sector in our states will earmark 50 to 75% of jobs having this much salary to locals, which means on the basis of domicile. Domiciled in Andhra Pradesh, or in the case of Maharashtra, in the case of Haryana, and Karnataka and various other states. They said that the private sector companies should recruit people who are domiciled within these states. What is the percentage of recruitment? 75% of the total jobs within the salary. For instance, in Haryana said that those posts in private sector having the salary of 30,000 or less, all the 75% of all those posts should be reserved to people who are domiciled. Caste has not been the basis. Domicile has been the basis of providing reservation in private sector employment. However, this law or these laws are challenged in various courts. Because according to the industry, the business organizations, these laws are constitutionally invalid. I'll explain it. Because Article 16 provides for, Article 16(3) provides for reservation of jobs in public sector on the basis of residence by Parliament by law. So Parliament by law can provide for reservation in public sector employment on the basis of residence. So the laws earmarking public sector employment on the basis of domicile have no constitutional locus. Not clear? 16.3 says that the Parliament can make a law for providing reservation on the basis of residence in public sector. So keywords are what? Parliament is the keyword here. Parliament number 1. Number 2, residence is the keyword here. Number 3, by law. Number 4, public sector, that is government. This is the constitutional position. Now we are dealing with what? We are dealing with the Haryana law and other laws. What they are saying? They are saying this. They are saying domicile is the criteria. 75%. Where? Private sector. Who's making this law? Who's making? State legislature. Very nice. State legislature. Who? Haryana? You seem to doubt my knowledge, don't you? Then you can check. I have taken this ED on reservation on private sector. And not only that, before coming to the class, I take almost 3 days to study. Right? So I am not saying that I am not infallible. Right? But it's not an executive order. In Karnataka, it's an executive order because the Advocate General of Karnataka said that this law, whatever law you are making, will be constitutionally invalid. So don't bring this law. You provide a notification in order to encourage the private sector to provide for it. Don't make it mandatorily. Don't make it mandatory. Andhra Pradesh made a law which has been challenged in the High Court of Telangana. The High Court of Andhra Pradesh. Haryana made a law which was challenged in the Punjab and Haryana High Court. Punjab and Haryana High Court stayed that law because of the violation. But Haryana government went to Supreme Court. Supreme Court lifted that stay. Not because of the law is valid, but because of, in order to stay a state legislation, the court should give reasons. The court did not give reasons for staying the law. Supreme Court referred back the legislation to the Punjab and Haryana High Court, said that you have 4 weeks, 6 weeks time, decide. This is the story of March or April 2022. The Punjab and Haryana High Court has not decided the case. We do not have an authoritative pronouncement on what? The 75% reservation provided by the state governments or through legislation in private sector. In Andhra Pradesh, it has been stayed by the Andhra Pradesh High Court, or I think it's been heard. Maharashtra brought a law, but it has not implemented it. Bringing a law is something and implementing is different. Because whenever law is brought, the law has what? Provisions. That the provisions of this law will come into effect as notified by the government. Different provisions will come into effect on different days. Bringing a law does not mean implementation. That is why difference between act and law. Anyway, I am saying that this is the issue. On the face of it, this is the reservation provided by the state legislatures on the basis of domicile is constitutionally invalid. This is the position, but Supreme Court will hear it or the High Courts will hear it. We can come to know. But that is the reason why it was stayed by the Punjab and Haryana High Court because of this. But reasons were not given. The reason why Karnataka did not bring this law but brought this executive direction, notification to encourage. Maharashtra have a law but did not implement it because they know that this will come. And this is the same case in Andhra Pradesh also. One attempt to provide reservation in private sector employment was through this, based on domicile. Domicile is not residence. These two things are different. And Parliament has the power to make law, not state legislature. This law is applicable to public sector, not private sector. Polity, especially GS2, requires what? Constitutional aspect. If such a question is in economy, you don't have to write this constitutional aspect. You can write ease of doing business, employment, merit, all those things, competitiveness, investment, right, that thing. But when you are writing that same question in polity, that GS2, you should have that legal or constitutional backing in order to look like that is constitution, this paper. In order to complete this debate, that is whether there should be reservation in private sector or not, we have 6 topics. I know that I'm getting almost 1.5 hours this happened. But this is an important topic, that's why I took some time. And most of the time is that we keep on answering your questions. I don't generally, in fact not generally, I answer every question, try to answer. I won't say that after class we'll discuss, no. But it takes some time. Anyway, the point is that how to conclude this debate, whether there should be reservation or not in a private sector. Social justice is required. The private sector has an important role to play in achieving social justice. In fact, the private sector is trying to help the government in achieving through scholarship, skill development, etc., etc. But that is not enough as such. And especially when the government is withdrawing from the employment market, and the space is being filled up by the private sector, and the historically marginalized communities are facing difficulties in achieving or accessing the job market, and their equal opportunity rights is impacted. We should have a better mechanism in order to provide more more space and scope for the private sector, to equip the private sector to play a major role in social justice, especially in the context of employment. But however, providing reservation or mandatory quota-based reservation in private sector may not be feasible because of the implementational issues and the potential constitutional challenges. And if at all we want to bring some kind of affirmative action through mandatory quota-based reservation in private sector, it requires a wide-ranging debate, discussion, and a consensus need to be built. I am giving you the way you should approach this. We are not saying that there should not be reservation. No.
So here we can quote the example of Karnataka, the way they have encouraging the private.
Absolutely, yes. It is not necessary to have a legal mechanism to to bring the private sector into the employment system as far as social justice is concerned. There are few methods through which we can do this. I'll give you a few points so that it will be helpful for you. First thing we need to bring is a proper anti-discrimination law. Anti-discrimination law. An anti-discrimination law will provide equal access to employment. It will provide equal opportunity employment. I have mentioned that because of a person's color, language, region, caste, religion, gender, and various other attributes, opportunities or employments are denied. Not because the person is not having merit. Other countries, like let's say I am giving an example of USA. In USA there is something called an Equal Opportunity Commission. Office of I think I kept mobile there. I'll tell you after the class. Right, I'm not getting that. But I'm saying that in USA there is a law, a federal law, which says that the private sector companies Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, yes. EEOC, Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, USA. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. It's a federal law, federal commission set up through the Parliament, or let's say the Congress of US. It's look into what? It look into various practices of the government as well as private sector. Because racism is an issue in USA, black especially. So because of one's race, the private sector is not employing or taking the people belonging to this race, not only private sector but also public sector also. So people who are being discriminated based upon this race can complain to the commission. And discrimination is not only based upon employment, I mean not only limited to employment. We have seen a lot of instances in India where people belonging to a particular region are denied housing. People belonging to a particular religion are denied housing. There happened that people belonging to Kashmir have been denied housing in 2020 in Delhi. It's happening. So that is discrimination. In Corona times, doctors and nurses were denied housing, access to housing colonies, hotel, restaurants, etc., etc. We do not have an anti-discriminatory law. We have reservation. But if reservation is not given or reservation is not implemented, just because of the identity, we don't have any opportunity to complain. Where do we go? To court. It will take a long time. We should have an Equal Employment Opportunity Commission like this, which should be set up on the basis of anti-discrimination law. In fact, on the recommendation of Sachar Committee 2006, which has documented the poor representation of Muslims in the employment, education, government sector, etc., etc., the then government, UPA government set up one committee, Madhava Menon Committee. This Madhava Menon Committee recommended for an anti-discriminatory law and also said that there should be an Equal Opportunity Commission which should be set up. This commission will look into the issues dealing with housing, employment, education and whatnot. And the people who are discriminated can approach this commission. So I am saying that instead of giving the mandatory reservation, having an anti-discriminatory law or a commission to implement that, to monitor that, will provide a platform for people belonging to SC, ST, OBC and other communities who are denied employment just because of their identity. Number one. Number two is encouragement, persuasion. That is, I think we have provided an example of South Africa. One, what is that? Employment Equity Commission or Act, something like that, right? You read that because it is not quota-based system in employment. South Africa has a law which mandates what? Mandates the black people should be hired. But it is not quota. It does not say that this much of percentage should be employed. No. It provides that a company should employ. A company should develop an annual mechanism or annual process through which it will provide employment opportunities to people belonging to this black. Black include Negroes, Africans, the Indians and colored, etc., etc., as far as South Africa is concerned. So, and there is punishment also, penalties, punishment, etc., if you don't do that. But it is not quota. It is not mandatory, percent this much, no. So, there is no race-based mandatory quota system in South Africa. But the private sector is mandated to provide employment to the black people. But depends upon some conditions. The private sector has freedom, autonomy to decide how they should do it. The law is an enabler. Law does not force. Providing a mandatory, what we say, this much percentage will impact the freedom of business, decision making of the private sector. But there are other ways of bringing the private sector into the issue of social justice. If let's say the entire hiring practices of the company is transparent, everything is transparent, and the company says that we have a plan, this is our plan, we have this much of vacancy, and we are having, let's say, plan to hire, and, okay, and we are earmarking this much of percentage to these people. That has to be, that is mandatory. The private sector has to have a policy to provide equal opportunity, to diversify its workforce. But how it will do, that is the prerogative of the company. How much you will take, that is your prerogative. But you have to have a policy, and the policy has to be implemented. And if you don't do that, then there is a law, commission, etc., etc. We will look into it. This is another way. So South African model of affirmative action, social justice, can also be emulated, implemented in subject to the local realities, domestic reality in India. Correct? Third one is color blind hiring. There is a concept, color blind hiring. What does it mean? Color blind hiring. Color blind hiring. Which means a person's attributes, name, religion, caste, place, all those attributes, all those information which enable the company to profile that person will be invisible. Let's say this is my application for a job, right? I am not writing my name. I am not writing my caste or religion or language or place. Rest everything I will write, my qualification, my experience, my resume, etc., etc., etc. So the interviewer only look at what? The content, so not on the identity part. Are you able to understand? The major problem, one of the major problem in denial of opportunity for SC, ST, OBC is because of their identity. If the identity of the person is not known, then this bias, prejudice will not be impacted. Everybody, irrespective of their religion, caste, gender, will have equal opportunity. So this is what is known as color blind hiring. Not only in the recruitment, that is the recruitment process, application, etc., etc., but also in the interview. Because interview, whenever there is interview, it is very much possible that the person can be hired or not hired on the basis of identity. It's a fact. How much deep is that we don't know. But there are many studies which have found out that this is an issue. Not only in India, but everywhere. That is one of the reasons in SSC, that is Staff Selection Commission, in non-gazetted post, interview has been abolished. In UPSC also, the weightage for interview was very high earlier. Now it is less, because interview should have less mark and the examination should have more mark. Why are you not writing your name in the UPSC mains examination and as well as the PT? Color blind hiring. Are you able to understand what I am trying to say? So color blind hiring can reduce the barriers, identity barriers, which reduces the equality of opportunity for SC, ST, OBC and women also, and colored people, etc., etc. Third, another point is that the private sector can be encouraged to bring something called diversity index. Diversity index, which means that annually the company should provide that this is the total workforce we have, and total workforce this is, and this workforce represents this gender, this caste, this community, etc., etc., etc. So it will reflect the hiring practices, the workforce, the employee profiles in the institution. If let's say company has company's diversity indexes, let's say this, I am giving a hypothetical example. Company has under 100 employees. It says that as per its report, 60 belonging to upper caste, right? And no, let's take this way. 80 upper caste, SC 10, ST 5, OBC 5. This is it. So upper caste is 80%, predominantly upper caste. Now the question is, where are these people employed? Where? Group D level, clerical post, sanitation worker, housekeeping worker. Which means the higher positions are what? Captured by upper caste. So this diversity index of that company shows what? Not a good picture. But let's say another company which says that 50% upper caste, 30% SC, 10% ST, and 10% OBC. See, this is more diversified. And most of this are also employed in higher managerial positions, managerial. Depending upon the diversity index of a company, government can provide incentives, concessions, etc., which will encourage the private sector. And not only that, whenever this diversity index is published, it will provide some kind of moral pressure. Isn't it? Ultimately, you are making yourself subject to scrutiny. So the debate is, instead of providing mandatory quota-based reservation in private sector, we can have different approaches which we have discussed. If at all we can have mandatory reservation quota-based system, it should be based upon wide-ranging consensus after discussing with stakeholders, etc. This is a safe line you can take in most of the questions, like this crucial issues. There are many issues in which you can't take yes or no side. If the government wants to bring something, yes, let the government bring. But it should be based upon what? Wide-ranging consensus and discussion with stakeholders, and that's it. In this way, we can conclude. Are you able to understand? Because there is a view that there should be reservation, but no, reservation is not a solution as far as private sector is concerned. Not because of the constitutional issue, but because of the implementational aspects. And secondly, the freedom of business the freedom of business will also be impacted. There are multiple other ways. No democratic country, hardly any democratic country in the world make mandatory quota system for reservation. You have an example, South Africa, which is also working. Our objective is social justice, not mandatory reservation. Social justice can be achieved through different ways. CSR can also be enhanced. They can work on skill development, education, scholarship. There is something called VCC. This is another point. Voluntary Code of Conduct, which was adopted by the Indian business system in 2008 or 10. Here I am not remembering. Voluntary Code of Conduct. This voluntary code of conduct, according to them, they say that we will be providing more employment opportunities, we will be providing more facilities, scholarship, education, etc., to vulnerable communities, that is SC, ST, and OBC. But only 19% of the total members of the three big institutions, ASSOCHAM, FICCI, and CII, are part of this BCC, which means only 90% of members of FICCI, CII, and ASSOCHAM have adopted VCC. So we can also encourage, persuade other members to adopt. Are you able to understand? There is a coordination committee between a national coordination committee at the central level, which also hold meeting with the industry in order to provide more opportunity for vulnerable sections, etc. But this meeting of this committee are very irregular. So regular meeting of the National Coordination Committee along with adoption of VCC by other industry players can also provide more opportunity for SC, ST, and OBC. Clear? We'll run fast. Next is, what is next? CAG. Comptroller and Auditor General of India is a misnomer as far as India is concerned, because he is not a comptroller. He does not have any power or she does not have any power before the money is issued. Her role or his role will come only after the money is issued. Number one. Why we are discussing about reforms in CAG is because of three major issues. One major issue is this: generalist versus specialist. Generalist versus specialist. Second major issue is that is fine. That is not a problem of CAG. That is an issue which we need to address. For that, PPP projects can also be brought under the auditing scope of CAG. CAG draws its power. I am going to answer your question. CAG draws its power of audit from the Constitution, Article 148 to 151. Second is the CAG DPC 1971. CAG DPC 1971. DPC means duties, powers and condition of service. 1970. This is a law. Third one is government instruction. That is, president can give instruct, or government can also provide instruction to make law, to audit. Second is CAG regulation 2007. Sorry, CAG regulation 2007. CAG made regulation under this act. So these are the laws or various instrumentalities through which CAG can conduct its what? PPP project. Sorry, CAG can conduct audit. This is made by Parliament. This is made by government. This regulation should be in the context of these two. Regulation cannot override a law. Remember, delegated legislation, substantial lawmaking, etc., etc. So whatever, this should provide for CAG role in PPP. If this does not provide or this does not provide, it is not the problem of CAG. CAG as an institution require reform. That we will see appointment and various other aspects. PPP is not a reform of institution of CAG. In order to improve the working of CAG, in order to, let's say, in order to provide more teeth to the CAG, and in order to have more financial transparency, accountability in the function of government, we should include some aspects of PPP in the CAG audit. It should be provided by the government or by the Parliament. So it is not a problem of CAG. It is not CAG's problem that CAG is not auditing PPP. It is the problem of these laws and the government and various judgments of courts. Clear? It's an issue with CAG that we will discuss, PPP. Reduction in number of reports. Number of reports. Number 3, conflict of interest. COI, conflict of interest. One more we can say. In fact, this should be the first one. I am going to change the numbering. 2, 3, 4. This is 1. I am going to write here. Appointment. Controller General of CAG. CAG is appointed by the President. This is what Article 148 says. It simply says appointed by the President. What is the procedure for appointment? If it is not mentioned in the Constitution. Like, let's say, I will give an example. Let's say, appointment of Supreme Court judges and High Court judges. There is a procedure which is mentioned in the Constitution. The President will consult justice, etc., etc. Although it has been superseded by collegium system, but anyway, that's one. There are many statutory bodies in this country, for instance, HRC, CVC, etc., whose appointment are also transparent, as well as appointment made by, let's say, a collegium system. Let's say, CBI director, this Chief Justice of India, leader of opposition, and Prime Minister, right? So whether it is statutory bodies and major constitutional bodies, there is a process, a system, which is more transparent. But as far as CAG is concerned, neither the constitution nor the law, that DPC, provides for a system which is transparent, which is more open. Only the executive has complete control over the appointment of CAG. Executive, which means the government. President appoints CAG. President appoints on the basis of aid and advice of who? Council of Ministers, which in a sense, the Prime Minister. CAG is one of the important pillar of Indian Constitution, the bulwarks of Constitution, one important bulwark of the Constitution. CAG is the guardian of public purse. CAG is an officer of Constitution. The fundamental duty of CAG is to hold the executive financial accountability. The financial accountability of the government to the parliament or the state legislature is, let's say, if operationalized through CAG. It is the audit of CAG that goes to PAC, and the parliament studies and checks the government. If the government has complete control over the appointment of CAG, which type of CAG the government will appoint? In general, especially in current times. Because after independence, the ideology or the ideals of independence, the spirit of independence, have been lost after 3 to 4 decades of Indian independence. I won't say 3 decades, let's say after Nehru, I would say. Since the death of Nehru, the idealism of independence, the ideal of service, the spirit of fraternity, politics as a means of serving people, all these ideals, all these values have generally died down after the death of Nehru. Even in the time of Nehru, CAG were appointed by the government. But the CAG did wonderful job. We have provided some examples of 4 CAGs who were appointed. What they have done. Like they started auditing the government companies. They provided innovation, like they introduced something called revenue audit. They tried for separation of audit and accounting, etc., etc. So despite the government appointing them, having full control over them, they took steps against the government because their job is that. So appointment per se does not mean the CAG will be incompetent or biased or will help the government. But as of today, the political culture that we are facing, the country is, as of today and as well as for almost 4 to 5 decades, the bureaucracy or the civil service has lost its, what we say, principles to some extent. So it is very much possible that if the government has control over the appointment of an individual who is one of the most important officers of the Constitution and whose job is to control, check the government, it is very much possible that the government will appoint such a person who will be helpful, supportive to the government. I know that, let's say, if I have the control in deciding who will be my controller, then who will I appoint? Definitely a person who is known to me, or let's say a person who will not take action against me. If government having full control over the appointment of CAG, appoint a person who has CAG, who the government knows that is sympathetic to the government, and the person is given that job as post-retirement reward, or the person has been ideologically committed, or let's say politically committed, it is very much possible to appoint a CAG who is politically committed. Because the appointment process, whether in Article 148 and other constitutional articles and the DPC and various other provisions, they do not provide any streamlined process, any selection mechanism for the appointment of CAG. And this is antithetical to the way the appointment of CAG is done in other countries. We have provided multiple examples. For instance, I will give you two examples. In UK, the CAG is appointed by the Prime Minister and Chairman of who? Chairman of the PAC, Public Account Committee. They both sit together and discuss and should be appointed. Generally, the PAC Chairman is opposition party and Prime Minister leader, they discuss. And not only that, the CAG, the nominee will be what? The nominee should be agreed upon by the House of Commons. The House of Commons will see whether this person is good or not, etc., etc. So ultimately, Parliament will decide. Similarly, in USA, the President recommends, but the recommendation should be based upon a committee report. So there is a committee which provides name to the President. Then there is a confirmational hearing in the Senate. The Senate will decide. Various countries have various approaches, but none in the way India has. Even Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Malawi, various countries, developing south, they also have streamlined transparent process. So we are saying that the way the appointment of CAG is done, there is silence in the constitution, which has been used by the government of the day. Not this government, but the previous governments also, to appoint such CAG, such person in the post who will not create problems for the government. If that is the case, then ultimately CAG will be failing in its obligation, which is holding the government accountable, financial accountability. Which means Parliament will not be able to hold financially accountable the government, which ultimately means parliamentary sovereignty will become myth of this country. Many committees have studied or recommended that the appointment process of CAG should be streamlined, should be transparent. We have provided some examples, like let's say NCRWC, National Commission to Review the Working of Constitution, also known as Venkatachalaya Commission. That commission also recommended that there should be a collegium system. That let's say having Prime Minister, Leader of Opposition, the Speaker or Chairman of POC, 4-member committee should be there. And until you have a legislation to provide for the appointment of CAG having these 4 members and various other aspects, you should also have consultation with Leader of Opposition. The Prime Minister and Leader of Opposition should consult. There should be legislation for regulating appointment. There was a meeting of the central level Public Account Committee and state level Public Account Committee in 2011 or 12, I am not wrong. They said that the meeting concluded, or the meeting passed a resolution that the CAG's appointment should be streamlined and the PAC, respective PAC, should have a say in appointment. Ultimately, CAG is a front philosopher guide to PAC. If CAG is one who is beholden to the government, how PAC can carry out their function? He will be a friend, philosopher, guide to the government, not to the PAC. One Deputy Prime Minister of India, L.K. Advani, whenever you are writing the answer, don't mention the name. Just mention one Deputy Prime Minister of India, also advocated that there should be more transparency and collegium type of system as far as the appointment of CAG is concerned. So there have been multiple recommendations. In fact, the Common Cause, an NGO, has approached the Supreme Court demanding that the CAG should not be appointed in this manner, there should be transparency, etc., etc. The Supreme Court said that it is not our job, it is the government job to do, we are not going to intervene in this. In 2013, one defense secretary, who was defense secretary, retired, name is Shashikant Sharma, defense secretary. He was appointed as CAG. He retired as defense secretary. Immediately was appointed was CAG. This has been challenged by one CEC, Chief Election Commissioner of India, Gopalaswamy Iyengar, not Iyengar. What is his name? N. Gopalaswamy. In the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said we are not going to intervene this. It is a government prerogative to do that. Recently, I will give you a different example, 2020. G.S. Murmu. G.S. Murmu, S.S. Murmu. G.S. Murmu? Yes. G.S. Murmu. Before that, this person was at the Prime Minister office, if I am not wrong, or at the Finance Ministry. After retirement, he was appointed as LG of this Ladakh. LG of Ladakh? Jammu? Earlier Jammu, okay. He was LG, but he resigned from this post, and the next day he was appointed as CAG. Now he is the CAG of India. Home Secretary, 2017, Rajiv Meharshi. Rajiv Meharshi. Meharshi or Maharshi in Malayalam is saint. But whatever. He was a Home Secretary. He retired. Immediately was appointed as CAG. So, people who are retiring from secretary level positions or important government positions are being appointed as CAG. So, CAG appointment is becoming a post-retirement reward. Where is that? For COI? Post-retirement reward. So, appointment of CAG or appointment to CAG is also becoming a way of rewarding those civil servants who are pro-government. And not only that, when you appoint, let's say, Home Secretary as a CAG, what is the job of CAG? To audit the activities of the department. Home Secretary is one of the most powerful bureaucrats of this country. So, he has a very big department. In fact, one of the biggest department in India is this Home Ministry. Biggest ministry. I think Home Ministry has 6 departments. 6 department means multiple budget. I mean, the budget is very huge. Ultimately it should be audited by CAG. This fellow was the Home Minister, Secretary. He became CAG. He has to audit his own department for his own ministry. How will he audit? Defense Secretary became CAG. Defense as a sector or as a ministry has what we say large budget. It deals with acquisitions, production, large number of things. So, a defense secretary who becomes CAG supposed to audit his own ministry. How will he do that? Conflict of interest. Conflict of interest. Are you able to understand? Rajiv Maharshi, Home Secretary, becoming CAG. LG, you can use different examples in different contexts. Use this conflict of interest in this Rajiv Maharshi in conflict of interest and Shashikant Sharma in this conflict of interest. Name, even if you don't use, it's fine. Use Home Secretary or AFTL Home Secretary, the then Home Secretary was appointed as CAG, more than enough. You can use one name, you can use if you want. But even if you mention and the then Home Secretary was appointed as CAG after his retirement, the people who are reading the paper will understand. Right? It is not a political name you don't take. But secretary you can take, not an issue. But I am giving you a lot of names. Don't take a lot of names. Only one in order to substantiate it. But you can take the designation. Right? Post-retirement job, you can use who? This LG. LG wale issue, Murmu. Conflict of interest, you can use the Defense Secretary and what we say, that fellow, Home Secretary. Appointment we have discussed, this discussed, conflict of interest discussed. Now this, reduction in number of report. Yes, tell me.
After formation of collegium,
Huh.
what will be the changes? The
we will,
Only one person is from opposition, the opposition party minister.
we will come to that. Wait, we'll come to that. Don't worry. We'll come to that. Reduction in number of reports. Reduction number of reports, there is an RTI reply. One newspaper has filed an RTI in order to find out the number of audit reports given by CAG. In 2015, CAG produced 55 audit report of central government, ministries and department. Right? 55. 2020, 14. This 2020, no defense audit. Railway, very less. There is a very good example, Rafale, where the CAG has been criticized for not looking into the proper acquisition process and also doing a partial audit. CAG also withheld the actual price of the Rafale. Not only that, CAG also did not look into why earlier it was 126 helicopters, right? And later became what? 36. So why this change has happened? So CAG auditing with respect to Rafale also questions the objectivity, neutrality of CAG. Fifty-five audit reports in 2015 by CAG of central government ministries. 14 report, huge reduction, which means CAG is not auditing. Why not auditing? One of the reasons is the person who is holding the office. Defense, no audit on 2020. As I mentioned, defense is an area where the government is buying, purchasing. In fact, India is a defense dependent country. Everything we are buying from outside. And defense is an area where the scope is for huge corruption. The Bofors scam, this Augusta Westland, almost Rafale, etc., etc. Tatra truck in 2013-14. So defense is an area where the middlemen, the private sector, the government, contract, etc., etc. lot of scope for corruption and less transparency. Why? Defense, national security. It is for CAG to find out these things. So in 2020, CAG has not done any audit on the defense sector. And railway is also commercial undertaking of the government. Huge money is flowing. The number of audit which is doing on railway is also very less. So the reduced number of audit report data reflect that the CAG is not being able to fulfill its constitutional responsibility. A good answer is an answer which has proper facts and analysis. And my job is to provide you both. Depending upon the nature of question, you should write 10 marker, 15 marker. Clear? What is next? Next, very important, is generalist versus specialist. Fourth problem. Fourth one is generalist versus specialist. Time is 5:30, 6:30. See, generally after 1970s, the CAG is, or in fact has been, an IAS officer, which means field servants who were IAS were appointed as CAG. The first 4 CAG of India were from the Indian Audit and Account Department. And after that, once Indira Gandhi, I think 72 to 78, appointed one IAS. After that, all the CAG till today are from IAS, India Administrative Services. Now, it is said that IAS are generalists lacking specialist qualification. Auditing is a professional job. In private sector, let's say, do you find a person who's having MBBS degree doing auditing? In order to do auditing, you should be at least a CA or some other relevant qualification. So whatever is doing in private sector auditing is the almost same thing doing in public sector also. So which means the people who have qualification, knowledge of auditing should be appointed to the CAG. CAG is doing what? Auditing. So specialist people should be appointed to CAG instead of a generalist IAS officer. Because as I mentioned, he was what? Maharshi, Home Secretary. What he was doing in Home Secretary, as Home Secretary? Law and order, internal security, that's what? Not auditing. As a Defense Secretary, the person was dealing with capital acquisition of equipments and other things, operational readiness, not auditing. So how a person who is not at all versed in this idea of auditing suddenly come to occupy the CAG post, who is the Auditor General for India and the states, and who is one of the pillar, bulwark of the Constitution, who should have specialist knowledge. So it is said that the people who are having specialist knowledge, who are professional, who belong to Indian Audit and Account Services, should be appointed as CAG, not the IAS officers. Because we have a department, Indian Audit and Account Service, who the officers of the IAS work under the CAG as an institution. They are employees of the CAG in the sense that they are members of CAG as an institution. They don't have a department. Home Secretary is head of department. Clear? So he is under the government. He has a department also. Now he is coming to man CAG. He has to audit his department. Conflict of interest is one. Second, he is a generalist. But when you see IAS, there is no conflict of interest because the entire career of the officer is within the CAG. After getting selection in this examination, depending on choice and rank, you will get IAS, Indian Audit Account Service. Your entire career will be in that. But what about an IAS officer? Today he is district collector, sub collector, district collector, director of PSU from other department. Water. Tomorrow is health secretary. Tomorrow he is or she is digital. What is that? MATI, IT. So it changes. So where is the time to develop expertise? Especially auditing is a very significant professional area. So in order to remove conflict of interest as well as the lack of professionalism, we need to have a CAG who is non-IAS. That is from IAS. This idea of IAS is something which is very much very much in the agenda of the IAS officers. Their promotion is up to deputy CAG. There is a post in the CAG, deputy CAG. They can't be CAG because CAG is lateral entry in that sense. Someone comes from the IAS and the secretary or home secretary, whatever, the government appoints it. So this is an issue. And this is very important in the current situation because as of today, CAG's audit is not limited to what we call the traditional audits. Because traditionally CAG does some, what is that? Financial audit, compliance audit, compliance. Now it is taking about performance audit, propriety audit. I am not writing full. It is also taking about IT audit. It is also taking about what? Environmental audit. Multiple types. Today is the era of science and technology. innovation. The auditing methods are changing. Businesses are growing. The government functions are diversifying. So the traditional auditing of CAG simply means just looking at the account book of a department, looking at that, saying that okay, whether whatever it is given here is true or not. Income is this, expenditure is this is correct or not. This is financial audit. Financial statement, especially financial audit, deals with the company or corporation. Company, corporation, because they have financial issues. So financial audit deals with examining the financial statement of the department, especially a company or corporation. Whether the financial statement of a company or corporation reflects faithfully the income and expenditure and various transactions. Financial. Very easy to do it. Compliance. Compliance means what? Compliance means whether the accounting reflects, whether the accounting complies with all the rules, regulation, laws, instruction, etc., etc., etc. If let's say Government of India has something called General Financial Rules 2017, whether the accounting is done as per this, CAG will see. This compliance audit, also known as regularity audit, also known as transaction audit. These are various names. So these are generally the kind of audits CAG did. But as of today, CAG is focusing upon this performance audit. Why? Because today the idea or the agenda of government is quality of service, value for money. Because government should also provide services with quality. Government should also focus upon reducing wastage. Government should focus upon what we call this 3E. Efficiency, economy, efficiency and effectiveness. This performance audit will look into, this. Performance of a program, performance of a scheme, performance of a project, etc., etc. So money, see, these two do not reflect this performance. This is only focusing upon input aspects. So CAG is focusing upon performance. And the kind of schemes, programs, these are what? Getting diversified and very complex. And not only that, I am a home secretary. I have so many schemes. So who will audit the performance of those schemes? Home secretary itself after bringing CAG. So what will be the nature of this auditing? Conflict of interest again. So from the traditional type of audit, CAG is moving towards performance. And propriety. Propriety means wisdom behind an action the government has taken. Whether the decision is faithful, whether the decision has resulted into wastage or not, whether there is highest output, whether a better decision could have been taken. So, looking at the wisdom, why a decision has been taken? Should the decision be taken? And what is the result of this decision? One great example is 2G scam. 2G. I won't say scam because there is no scam as such as of today. Almost all the people are acquitted. So CAG said, as far as 2G allocation is concerned, the policy of the government to provide spectrum to those people who come first. First come, first serve kind of thing. So CAG said this is incorrect. This has resulted to a notional loss of 2.5 lakh crore, something like that. How much? 1.5, whatever that might be. CAG questioned the wisdom of decision. Policy. CAG has the authority to do propriety audit. Wisdom. CAG should also do it. But when a CAG is holding the position of a CAG who is politically connected person, there won't be any propriety audit. As of today, for the past 8 to 10 years, we don't see any propriety audit of CAG. After 2G scam or Commonwealth water, 2G and coal, there was no, especially in the context of the central government, propriety audit has become a what? Become a rarity, rare, if not non-existent. CAG is not accountable to the parliament. CAG is not accountable to the government. CAG has security of tenure. CAG is an officer of the constitution, which means if CAG feels or believes that he or she should function or carry out responsibility properly, he or she can do that. Nobody is stopping CAG from doing this. But CAG is not doing. Why? Appointment. And also, journalist versus specialist. A journalist person may not know these things. How the person can do auditing? Auditing is a complex task, a specialized task. As of today, there are multiple types of audit the CAG is trying to undertake in the backdrop of the technological innovation, scientific advancement, and changes in auditing methodology. If it is a professional field, definitely there will be what? Advancement. There are different ways of auditing. There are different types of auditing. Companies have grown. They change their accounting method. So IAS officers who, by virtue of their career span in that department and under the autonomy of CAG and under the control of CAG and not being beholden to any government department, will be having very less conflict of interest and will be having more professionalism. And they are more suitable to hold the office of CAG. Right? Now the question is, what you're asking something? Appointment. Yes. Okay. So one of the idea or one of the way of addressing this problem is to have a broad-based collegium type appointment mechanism, which has been suggested by, as I mentioned, this what we say, PAC, LK Advani, etc., NCRWC, etc. But the problem is, just because of there is a collegium type mechanism, it is not a guarantee that CAG functioning will be improved, because the functioning, the output of CAG depends upon multiple other areas. Number one is this generally, especially who is appointed. Even if there is a collegium, only IAS can be appointed. And what is the nature of the collegium? If let's say the collegium has a government majority, definitely it is what? The government will appoint the person who the government wants. Even in cases where the government is not a majority. I'll give an example of the CBI director, CGI, the leader of opposition, and the Prime Minister. One of the reasons why this broad-based collegium, not having any majority, either the government opposition, is to have a person who is having impeccable integrity as a CBI director. But the problem is that when this Verma, what was his name? CBI director, former CBI director, Verma. Not JS Verma. No, that is Rakesh Asthana. No. Some Verma. Right, Verma. He was the CBI director. And the government suspended him. Alok Verma, yes. Not suspended, government sent on leave, something like that, and he has challenged this issue in Supreme Court. Supreme Court set aside the decision of the government. Supreme Court said that, what you do, the appointment committee of the CBI director should decide, not the government. Appointment committee, CGI, or a person nominated by CGI, or judge nominated by CGI and LOP in Lok Sabha, and the Prime Minister. The very next day, the committee met. The CGI sent his representative. CGI sent his representative. The PM and the representative of the CGI, that is the judge, senior most judge, recommended that or decided that Alok Verma should be transferred from the CBI. He was removed from the directorship of CBI. Now, what does the government wanted? To remove him. What this collegium did? Removing him. So, just having a collegium is not at all a sure short phenomena or sure short solution for having a functional, objective and independent CAG. We have a collegium system in Supreme Court. What is happening in collegium system? We know that. We have collegium system in where? Lokpal. Collegium simply means group of people appointing somebody. Lokpal we have. We have CVC. So, collegium by itself is not a panacea. But collegium can provide some kind of what? Transparency, more openness, and reduce the total control of executive on the appointment process. Collegium is a beginning, not an end. Because the output of CAG, productivity of CAG depends upon multiple other aspects, not only appointment process. Appointing a retired civil servant from the IAS is one reason where there can be conflict of interest and the generalist orientation of the IAS, which can impact the productivity of CAG. You can have the best way of appointing a person into an institution, but that's not guaranteed. No way it is guaranteed that person will be fulfilling his or her duty. Why? CAG does not have any, as per constitution, CAG cannot have post-retirement job under the government of state as well as India, government of India. Vinod Rai was a CAG. After retirement, he became what? Chairman of Bank Board Bureau. Bank Board Bureau is established by the government of India through a resolution. The question is whether Bank Board Bureau is an employment under the government of India or not. He has been the chairman of Bank Board Bureau. As of today, he is not, I think. But he has taken up the job. He has been there for almost 3 years, 2018 onwards. So, CAG is giving what? Post-retirement job. Why? Why the government is using the post-retirement job positions, opportunities in order to influence the function of CAG. So, even if you have a collegium type mechanism or appointment of CAG, post-retirement, there are multiple ways in which the government can influence. It is not a guarantee, but it is a good step. It is a beginning of improvement of the working of CAG. Right. There are multiple other ways through which we can improve the functioning of CAG. One is that improve the manpower of CAG. Simple. The manpower of CAG should be improved in order to have better auditing function, human resource. Second, there is an idea of an audit board, which means multi-member CAG should be there. Multi-member CAG. Now CAG is only one. Constitution provides for a CAG, A. So there is an what do you say? The NCRWC recommended that there should be a multi-member CAG. So if there is multi-member, 2, 3, 4, whatever that might be, then the people can they can focus upon the entire auditing system. This, whether CAG should be multi-member body or not, is something which we will discuss later, in the sense that whenever time permits, not today. That is another debate altogether. But as far as the points are concerned, we can use this. The National Commission to Review the Working of the Constitution recommended that the CAG should be a multi-member body in order to reduce the burden of a single CAG and to enhance the effectiveness of auditing. A valid, wonderful point as far as examination is concerned. Whether CAG should be a multi-member body or not, that is a debate altogether different. Right? Second is that CAG is also doing compiling of accounts at the state level. At the state level, CAG is responsible for CAG and the institution of CAG is responsible for compiling audit, consolidation, compiling. At the central level, it is the Controller General of Auditing, Controller General of Accounting, Controller General of Accounts, CGA, a function under the Finance Ministry. So as far as center is concerned, CAG is relieved. But states are concerned except Goa. Other states accounts are compiled, consolidated by CAG. So CAG is doing what? Compilation, not only auditing. So this should be, CAG should be relieved of these duties. So that CAG can focus upon that. Another issue is whenever CAG is auditing various departments, ministries, programs, etc., CAG formulates something called a draft audit report. A draft report, in which CAG mentions the findings, objections, etc., and it is sent to the concerned department, secretaries, etc. And it is expected that they promptly respond to the observation of CAG. There is huge delay. Once CAG is sent, there is huge delay from the department ministries, which means CAG is not able to complete auditing in time. Let's say whatever happens in this financial year, CAG is able to do it after 2 years. There is a lag, 2-3 years. Then what? Right? So there should be expedite what? Response of audit observation and objections by the concerned departments. And not only that, whenever CAG submits the report to President, CAG submits the report to President and the Governor as the case may be. And it is the government or the President, in fact the government, places the report into the Parliament. Because of the CAG submitting report to the government through the President, the government can hold that report, delay the report. Because CAG is not submitting the report to the Parliament. So until unless it comes to the Parliament, it's very difficult that the audit objection reports will come into the public domain. Although CAG says that whenever it is given to the President, we also release it. No, that is not the case. I am saying that because CAG is submitting report to the President and the President causes the report to be laid on the Parliament or Parliament House, the government can control when to release, when to report, etc., etc. So there should not be any delay in placing the report in the public domain as well as in the Parliament. And when it is taken, the Public Account Committee should be able to study, scrutinize, etc., etc. And after that, Parliament should take a decision. And on the basis of observation of CAG, an action taken report is filed by the government. Most of it has been seen that the government of India has not been taking any action or any meaningful action on the observation of PAC and the CAG. So there are multiple roadblocks, hurdles in the productivity, functioning of CAG. One major issue is appointment. But there are issues which are not under the control of CAG. Are you able to understand? There are issues which are not under the sole control of CAG. There are multiple things which are under the control of other organs of the state, other departments of the state. Another issue is CAG and PPP. CAG and PPP. Because of the government of India is undertaking the PPP route for infrastructure provision and various other services. PPP should also be under the under the auditing scope of CAG. This is a view. But in PPP, you know that there is a government as well as private sector. So can CAG also audit the activities of private sector? Will it not violate the fundamental rights of the private sector also? So there is a grey area in the sense that what should be the role of CAG as far as PPP is concerned, PPP. But Article 149 of the Constitution and Section 19 of the DPC 1971 talks about CAG's function, responsibility, authority with respect to auditing. There are two terms in this article, 149 as well as the DPC. Auditing of body or authority. Body or authority. So CAG can audit the accounts of body or authority. This body or authority has been interpreted by the Delhi High Court as involving private sector also. Delhi High Court in a case, the Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi versus DISCOM in 2016. Yes. The Delhi High Court said that CAG has the authority to audit private sector also, and it has interpreted the word body and authority in Article 149 and the DPC as involving CAG's authority to auditing private sector, but the court has laid down multiple conditions. CAG cannot itself do it. It should be either by the President should tell or by court order. Right? CAG in consultation with the government should prepare something called an audit proposal, which should be given to the which should be given to the company. The company should have an opportunity to study, understand why this auditing is being done, and should be given a reasonable opportunity to provide their own way of their own position. If they are able to provide information what we require, then there is no need of auditing. So the Delhi High Court has given multiple conditionalities on the basis of which the CAG can carry out the auditing of private sector, including PPP. So the question is whether CAG can do PPP auditing? Yes, it can. Have it done? Yes, it has done. KG D6 basin auditing has done because of the government has asked to do it. It has done it. KG D6. They have also done the Tata Power Limited in Delhi on the basis of court order. So it has done. Yes, it has done. But as of today, it cannot do it independently. Either by court order or by the government, it can do. And Delhi High Court has listed some provisions, procedures, conditionalities through which it can do. To conclude the debate of CAG, the reform in the functioning of CAG is very much important. The reform should start from the process of appointment. As of today, a collegium type appointment is the preferred mechanism for appointment into very important positions of the government of India and of the state. Even statutory bodies, even the chairman or presidents or other members of statutory bodies are also appointed by the collegium system. CAG is a constitutional body which is having more authority, more power or more responsibility, and one of the bulwark of the constitution and one of the most important officer of the constitution as per Ambedkar. So the CAG also should be having some kind of collegium type mechanism, so that there should be more transparency and openness, and the process should be streamlined, which will also can positively impact the functioning of CAG. Although the productivity, output, performance of CAG is not only dependent upon the appointment process. There are multiple other issues also which needs to be taken care of. In order to substantiate the idea of collegium, you can give the example of NCRWC. You can give the Deputy Prime Minister and the Conference of PAC. For that, it won't look like your opinion. Are you able to understand? Not only if you want substance, you can also do that, because recently Supreme Court has been hearing a case dealing with appointment of election commission. There is no collegium. The government has exclusive control over appointment of election commission. So today, the idea or the approach or the discourse is more transparency and reduction of executive control over the appointment of crucial constitutional functionaries. So CAG being a constitutional functionary whose role is very important in this republic, we should also have streamlined, transparent procedure for the appointment of CAG. Clear? Next. Next is assent to bills. Very easy. We started at what time? 4:30? 4:30, so 2.5 hours. Okay. See, the problem is this. Okay, I'll just write it here. Assent to bill. at the state level. One of the primary function of the governor, in fact one of the primary legislative function of the governor is to give assent to a bill passed by the state legislature. So whenever a bill is passed by the state legislature, is presented to the governor, as per Article 200 of the Constitution, governor has the following duties or following role, or governor can do the following. What he can do or she can do, he can give assent, which means what? Signed and okay, I am agreeing, this has become an act. Or he can do or she can do withhold. Withhold means he or she will say, I am not going to give assent to it. Declaration of the intent of not giving assent is withholding. Declare. Next is reserve for president. Right? The bill can be reserved for president. He can do that. Next is send to parliament, legislature again for reconsideration. These are the 4 options a governor has as far as a bill which is presented to a governor. But as of today, especially in those states which are ruled by those parties which are different from the party ruled by ruling at the center, the governors have taken to an approach of not signing the bill. Simply they are exercising their pocket veto, which means there is no time limit given here anywhere in order to give assent to a bill or withholding or reserving, etc. As far as governor's legislative power with respect to dealing with a bill is concerned, no time frame is given, which in a sense governor can exercise pocket veto, which is not as per the intent of the Article 200. Especially in states like Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Telangana, etc., even West Bengal also, large number of bills have been kept pending by the governor, by the governors. In Tamil Nadu, almost 20 bills are pending. One example I can give you, it was NEET bill. One NEET bill was passed by the Assembly of Tamil Nadu. The governor did not do anything. Ultimately, NEET bill is something which tries to override the NEET and its application to Tamil Nadu. NEET is a central initiative whose legislative source is National Medical Commission Act 2019. So, in order to become a law, it should get what? Sanction of President, because it is in concurrent list. So, what the governor should have been done? Governor should have been reserved or the bill to the President. Governor did not do anything for large number of months. Later, after 6 months, 4 months, whatever that might be, he sent to the President. So, huge delay in sending. There are many bills which are still under the control of the governor, not doing anything, neither saying I am withholding, nor giving assent, nor reserving, nor sending back to this legislature. In Kerala also, one governor called a press conference in Kerala, saying that I will not give assent to this bill. I am not going to act on this bill. The governor has not read that bill. Before that he says, I am not going to give this. There are multiple bills which the governor did not do anything. Now the question is this something which is expected of the governor? Can the governor, by using the governor's discretion and using the silence of Article 200, which means no time frame is given, can the governor use this silence as well as the discretion which he has as per Article 163, indefinitely sit on the bills which are passed by an elected assembly, duly elected by the people of a state? This is not something the Constitution envisages. The governor's job is given under this 200 as far as the bills are concerned. A bill reflects the will of the legislature. A bill requires what? An action by the government. There are multiple bills which are required to be implemented because the state or the people requires that. The bill addresses a problem. So that is the reason a bill is brought. A bill which is duly discussed, enacted by the legislature, it is presented to the governor. Governor has to take any of these steps. The reason why the assent of the governor or assent of governor is mandatory is because there should not be any unconstitutional legislation. There should not be any legislation that is violating, let's say, the laws of the union or some laws which are hasty, ill-conceived. The purpose of this governor is to act as check and balance the laws, to improve the lawmaking. That's it. To see that the law is not a violation of constitution, not to sit on the bill. The legislative power is not to create problem with the state government or not to sit on the bill without acting on it. The governor should not use the silence of 200, which means no time limit is given. So no time limit is given. You cannot ask me to sign today, tomorrow. I will take my own time. Are you able to understand? So governor is misusing the silence of Article 200 from acting upon the bills passed by the state legislature. This is happening in opposition ruled states. So politics is becoming the deciding factor. The governor is using the political ideology or political inclination in order to prevent the implementation of the agenda or policy of a state government or the legislature. This is not something a governor is supposed to do. Neither the Constitution nor the judgment of the Supreme Court in various other concerned matters provide such a power to the governor. Whenever a bill is presented to the governor has to exercise any of the four options. He cannot exercise an option which is not given here. Very interesting argument, very valid argument. Governor cannot exercise an option which is not given here. Governor has to exercise an option which is given here, which is 4. Governor cannot use the silence of this article that no time is given. Whenever no time is given, it means that the governor has to act expeditiously, as soon as possible. Not giving a time limit does not mean that governor will act as per his whims and fancies. He or she will take their sweet time to act upon it. A bill is passed by legislature which is supposed to address a problem. Bill is about a public policy. Public policy are goal-oriented. Public policy, government policy, what is it? There is a problem, it should be addressed. So governor, by sitting upon that, is undermining the policy. It's interfering in the administration. It's acting against good governance. It's acting against public interest. Whenever there is no limitation in the constitutional provision, whenever an article provides the impression that the provision provides unlimited authority to a functionary, to an organ, this assumption or this belief is restricted, circumscribed by something called implied limitation. If there are no limitation here, but there is implied limitation, which means the country works as per the constitution. Constitution functions on the basis of rule of law and constitutionalism. which means no arbitrary power. By sitting on the bills and making it pending for a long time, the governor is acting arbitrarily. He is saying that there is no time limit, which means I can do anything. This is against the idea of constitution and constitutional, because whenever there is no limitation given in any article, any provision, there is something called implied limitation. Implied, not explicit, which means governor cannot act arbitrarily, authoritatively. Governor has to use any of the four options. So the governor using what? The time limit, lack of time limit, and not to sign the bills are against the constitution. And also the reason why time limit is not given, because the constitutional makers did not foresaw such an eventuality, where the governors are acting as pure agents of the central government and interfering in the administration of states. They would not have thought of such, what we say, nightmarish situation. And not only that, governor is one of the highest constitutional functionary. We cannot provide a timeline, 3 months, 4 months, etc. There might be some, let's say, laws which require wide-ranging consultation, crucial issues, etc. So depending upon the case-to-case basis, government should act. If at all governor has some problem with a law, with a bill passed by the legislature, he also can send back to, what we say, the assembly again. Whenever the governor sends back a bill to the assembly, it generates public opinion. It creates an issue in the media, in public. They start discussing. Opposition party will target the government. To governor, whenever he is sending it, it will raise the issue. Why I am sending it? Or also will consider. Also governor can recommend amendment. So everything will be in the public domain. Why? The bill will be discussed in the legislature. It will be discussed in the media. Opposition will target. It will generate public opinion. If the bill has an issue or provision which is arbitrary, which provides more power to the government, which is undemocratic, and that is the reason governor is sending the bill. Because of the public opinion which is generated, because of the sending back, will force the government to bring amendments to the bill. That is how you should do, rather than keeping bills pending because of the political ideology. There is another issue here, Article 163. Article 163, Clause 2 of the Constitution provides for discretionary power to the governor. Discretion. Discretion means ability to act without any constraints. I will do what I want. I am not constrained by anything. So, in general, the governor has to act as per the aid and advice of Council of Ministers. But there are some areas, as per Article 153, that he can or she can act as per discretion. And this is immune from judicial review. The question is whether the discretion given in Article 153 covers everything. Whether the discretion given in Article 153 is general discretion or specific discretion. Article 153, the discretion has been interpreted by the Supreme Court, by various commissions, committee, even Ambedkar during assembly debate. The discretion given in Article 153 is not a general discretion. It does not extend to all the provisions. It extends to only those provisions which specifically provide for discretion. For instance, some special provisions in Article 371. For instance, whenever there is a hung majority for following, let's say, the calling government, etc. So, the discretion under Article 153 for the governor is a specific case-to-basis specified discretion. Supreme Court in Shamsher Singh versus Union of India, 1986. I'm not getting the year, 1984 I think. 1970? Shamsher Singh versus State of Kerala. State of Kerala? State of Punjab, yes. 1974, yes. In Shamsher Singh versus State of Punjab, 1974, Supreme Court has clearly laid down the law dealing with the president as well as the governor. It said the President and the Governor should act as per the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers, except in circumstances which are very few and clearly specified in the Constitution or in the law. Clearly said that. So the discretion of governor is not unspecified. It is not general. So the governor can say that I have discretion as per Article 153, so I will do whatever I want with the bill. Is not constitutionally valid. So neither Article 200 nor 153 provides for what? The inaction of the governor as respect to the bills passed by the legislature. The governor has to accept or follow either of these options. Not exercising any of these options is not an option. The reason why options are given is because the governor has to exercise this, because options. Let's say in your UPSC examination, you have option 4. So you have to take one option from that. So option is given. So any of the options should be taken depending upon the nature of the bill. But taking an option which is apart from that is not permissible. Let's say in ethics. In ethics case study, there are options. UPSC sometimes give option 1, 8, 2, 3. Which one is better? If you write something which is not in that option, you will not get mark. So logically it follows that the reason why options are given, governor has to choose an option. Not choosing an option, choosing another option is not an option at all. It is constitutionally not permissible. The silence cannot be a escape route for the governor, because whenever there is silence, there is implied limitation. The reason why the time limit is not given because of the nature of the function, nature of the post the person holds. By sitting upon the bill, the governor is working against the principles of constitution. It is impeding, restricting, intervening the administration of the state. It is frustrating the will of the legislature and the will of the people. It is undermining the sovereignty of the legislature and the people at large. Many committees and commissions, including Sarkari Commission, this Punchi Commission, have gone through this 200, that whether there should be a time limit for governor, etc. Punchi Commission said that tentatively there should be 6 months. At a 6-month time period, within 6 months, the governor should decide whether to send to, let's say, offend, withhold, reserve, etc., etc. 6-month time should be given, maximum. But as a point in your answer, you can use this Punchi Commission recommendation that within a 6-month period, the governor should decide. Ultimately, our approach is to be having proper, valid, logical points to write a good answer, and also to understand the issue from a proper perspective. Right? We have provided examples of bills which are being pending. Governor is an institution which we discuss in almost every ED. We have discussed the issue of remission of governor. We have discussed the pressure doctrine of governor. Right? We have discussed the governor as chancellor of universities. So governor is something always in the news. Now the question is, governor should have the power to deal with this. Is it necessary? Because that will act as check and balance on the state legislature. Right? But that does not mean that governor should use some silences, some, let's say, omissions in the constitution to undermine the constitution itself. No, that is not permissible. Shamsher Singh versus State of Punjab 1974 is a great case which you can use in order to understand, or in order to crystallize, reinforce the nature of relation between President and Council of Ministers and Governor and Council of Ministers. Aid and advice is the rule. Exception is exception. Clear? I'll give you one line, which is a line, which is a sentence of a sentence, a part of this that Shamsher Singh judgment, written by Krishna Iyer, judge. He said that it is not the Potomac that it is not the Potomac, but the Thames, Thames that fertilizes the flow of Yamuna. This aptly sums up the nature of governor and president in parliamentary democracy like India. It says what? It is not the Potomac. What is this Potomac? Potomac is the river which flows along the White House in the USA, Washington DC. So it talks about what? Talking about preferential system of government. The allegory, the metaphor is referring to that. Not Potomac, which means not preferential system, but the Thames. Where is Thames? London, parliamentary. That fertilizes the flow of Yamuna, which means that it is trying to equate Yamuna near Indian capital, Delhi parliament. So what is common? Yamuna and Thames are common, not Potomac and Yamuna. So not preferential, parliamentary system. It sums up the nature of relation between president and council ministers and the governor and the governor and the council minister of the state, right? If at all you get a specific question on this, 201 we have provided, that's something which let's say after the bill is reserved for the president can ask the governor to return the bill to the legislature. When the bill is returned on the advice of the president, the state government has to decide on that bill within 6 months. Now the question is, you have provided time limit to state government, right? Not to the governor or the president. So this is arbitrary, but the fact that you have provided time limit to the state government within 6 months, which means that this is also applicable to the other organs. Because the governor president is not above, the governor is not above state government. Governor is a nominal head. The fact that time limit is given to the state government to act within 6 months shows the urgency of the matter. A bill has urgency. That is why a bill is brought. Right? A legislation has a purpose to achieve. Next. Draft data bill. Yes, I think we have discussed this draft data bill earlier, but in that one important aspect that I have not discussed, I thought that I should take it differently. That is the interplay, that is the impact of Personal Data Protection Bill and RTI. The crux of the issue is this. There is a clause 30 in where? Clause 30 in this draft Personal Digital Data Protection Bill. I am using the bill. Bill for this data bill, right? This clause 30. And there is section 81J in RTI Act 2005. This provision, that is this clause 30, it is said that amends, clause 30 amends, it's a bill proposed to amend, right? Clause 30 amends section 81J. When it is done, when this amendment becomes a law or an act, it will adversely impact the RTI, right to information, the right of people to access government information and other information. This clause 30 says that section 8(1)(j) of RTA Act will be amended by using clause 30. What will be that amendment? After the amendment of 8(1)(j), this 8(1)(j) will read as no personal information will be given. No personal info will be given. Section 8 of RTI Act deals with exemptions to RTI. There are 10 categories of exemptions under RTI. This is one exemption. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Yes, 10th one. Last category exemption. In which this provision, the section 8(1)(j), it says that personal information will not be given on RTI request. However, for public interest, and that information is not an unwarranted intrusion into privacy, or if the information which cannot be denied to Parliament, then even personal information will be given. I am saying this original section 8(1)(j) as it stands says that personal info will not be given, but it will be given when there is public interest, when the nature of information which is sought by the applicant does not constitute what? Unwarranted invasion to privacy. Invasion to privacy. It will also be given when? If the information which is sought by the applicant is an information which cannot be denied to the Parliament, which means an information I am seeking. If the information which I am seeking can be given to the Parliament, then such information cannot be denied to me. Clear? An information which can be given to Parliament cannot be denied to me. A citizen will have access to information which can be given, shared with the Parliament. So all the information which a Parliament has access, the citizen will have access, whether it is private or personal or not. Are you able to understand? So this is Parliament. This clause 30 is amending this. Clause 30 says no personal information will be given. After amending, public interest, Parliament, warrant, privacy, etc. will be gone. This will be there. That which means through RTI, if personal information is demanded, requested, no personal information will be given. Exception under section 8(1)(j) will be this. Personal information will be exempted from RTI. These safeguards, these conditionalities are removed. These conditionalities, safeguards are there which will be interpreted by who? The PIO, Public Information Officer, and Appellate Authority. The people who are mandated to implement the RTI, they will see. They will apply their mind to these aspects, whether the information is unwarranted intrusion to privacy or not, can it be shared to the Parliament or not. After application of their mind, after deciding this, they will either deny or give the information. But here, a blanket exemption is given. No personal information will be given. Most of the RTI request is being filed to get knowledge about personal information of the civil servants. Personal information does not mean that private information. What personal information? Let's say, career progression, which means the person entered into one service, his promotion, posting, etc., etc. Next, salary, leave, details of project, or let's say this minutes of meeting. The meeting, let's say the district collector chaired a meeting, agenda, minutes, decisions. That can be asked. Most of the information sought through the RTI is dealing with personal information of civil servants. This personal information is very important because through this what we can do. Let's say annual leave of one civil servant. Let's say leave this servant. Let's take. We know that in public sector schools in India, the teachers generally tend to be absent from their schools. But they get regular salary. Their attendance is marked. So by applying the RTI, we can understand that how much time the person has come, what exactly happened, etc., etc. We can also corroborate this detail with others. If let's say I am a teacher in a school, I am not attending the school, I am teaching somewhere else, but I am taking money from the school also, here also, here also. So I am applying RTI. In order to, let's say you are applying RTI, but the RTI might show that I am attending in the school, but I can also have this information here from this school. So you corroborate, then means that this is incorrect. So corruption, inefficiency, misappropriation, this is only tip of iceberg. There are multiple ways. So in order to expose corruption, inefficiency, mismanagement, misappropriation, RTI has become a very important tool. So most of the information are personal information related to these things. And most of the information which are denied through RTI is personal information. 35% of information which are denied under RTI system relate to what? Personal information. So already the PIO and the appellate authorities are using this criteria in order to deny information. The large number of information is being denied under this. Why they are denying it? Why they are denying? Because they are denying this information because it is safe that no personal information will be given. Provided this, they will interpret this public interest or this privacy, etc., etc., to suit their interest. RTI is a tool to eradicate corruption, enhance government functioning, to have people's participation in governance. There are multiple things which have been unlocked, exposed through corruption, through RTI. So they use these exemptions given in RTI in order to prevent disclosure of information. Now what they can do, they can blanket, use this clause. If not this amended. So whatever influence the RTI had in exposing corruption, inefficiency, misappropriation, etc., etc., will be thoroughly impacted by this amendment. There is a huge concern from civil society, former information commissioners, even sitting information commissioner, Madhya Pradesh sitting information commissioner Arun Singh also attended a conference of this various dignitaries. He has raised concern about this issue. He will say that, he has said that this will kill the RTI. So sitting information commissioner at the state level and retired information commissioners, even including chief information commissioners, are raising concerns about the impact of clause 30 on section 8(1)(j). As it stands, if at all this comes in force, then RTI will lose its sheen, its impact. It will also reduce the people's reduce the incentive for people to use RTI to expose corruption, to bring good governance in the country. But the question is, why the government is bringing this? There must be a reason.
So to bring transparency.
To bring transparency, what?
There may be any agenda of government.
And that you cannot write. You should write some logical point.
Personal data.
Yes. Government says that we respect the judiciary. we respect the judiciary, we respect the privacy of the people of this country. The Puttaswamy judgment 2017 made right to privacy as a fundamental right. And the court also said that we should have a data protection law. The government has been trying for almost 7 to 8 years, not 7 to 8 years, 4 to 5 years to bring a data protection law to protect the privacy of individuals. Here personal information is being asked. So it is violating my privacy. So in order to protect the privacy of citizens, the government is bringing clause 30. This is the argument of government. Right to privacy is a very important dimension in the government's agenda, policy. Right to privacy is one of the most important priority area of the government. This is what Minister of State of this MeitY has told. Because of the concern of right to privacy, government is bringing clause 30. Yes, the government, the Home Minister asked for proof. The question was raised in the winter session of Parliament. Home Minister said, proof. Anyway, so in order to protect the right to privacy of individuals and in order to give effect to the Puttaswamy judgment, government is bringing clause 30 for that the personal information of individuals will not be divulged. This is the argument of the government. So government, but the argument, if you accept the argument, then what happens is that right to privacy and right to information are contradictory. Is this the logical, corollary of this? Right to privacy of citizens and right to information of citizens are mutually exclusive, contradictory. One is against the other. But this construction, this idea, this approach is not the correct one. This is not acceptable. Or in fact, this is not what is intended. When Supreme Court said right to privacy should be fundamental right, it said that a law which you bring to give privacy, to make privacy as a fundamental right and to protect data of individuals should balance with other rights. Should not undermine others. So whatever you are bringing, it should be made in such a way, it should be enacted in such a way that it does not undermine the rights given by other laws. This is what Supreme Court said. Supreme Court did not say that you bring a law and take away this. Clear? There should be balance. You can bring the law in such a way that this both rights will coexist. Harmonious construction. Not to, by giving one right to individuals, you are taking away another right. Which means Article 21, from which right to privacy flows, and Article 19(1)(a), from which RTA flows. Both fundamental rights are contradictory. This is the assumption here, which is not. One right complements the other. Fundamental rights are not contradictory. If at all there is contradiction, it should be read in that way. It should be formulated that way. There is no contradiction at all. Right to equality, but there is reservation. Employment, there is reservation. So everywhere we are trying to what? We are trying to construe or let's say bring harmony among various provisions. So right to life and right to information are not contradictory. One helps the other. If you get information, you can use the information to improve your life. I like to give you an example here. This data bill. In this bill, the data principle means the people whose data is being processed by the government or companies. Data principle mean you, me, etc. are data principle. There is a concept called data fiduciary, which means who has the custody of your data, the government or the company. Fiduciary. Now, being a data principle, I can request the fiduciary to tell me to provide details of my data being stored, being used, processed, etc. etc. So, details of data can be accessed through this bill. Clear? This bill I can do that. one of the largest fiduciary is the government. One of the largest data fiduciary is government. Government also got data, lot of data. Let's say Aadhaar, data this government has. And Aadhaar is used for multiple purposes. This bill also says that the government can exempt data fiduciaries from sharing information to the data principal. Multiple grounds are provided. Security, public interest, etc., etc., etc. Even by rules also provided. Which means my right to access the information under this PDP bill can be completely negated by the government by citing lot of exemptions. Now, if my data is with the government, what government is doing with my data, I am not able to find out because the government is citing exemptions. I can use RTI in that sense. I can use RTI, I can ask this word, let's say, UIDI, what are you doing with my Aadhaar? If government is denying this, I can use this act to find out my information. What the government, this department authority is doing with my data. But here you are doing what? You are making it personal information. So no personal information will be given, whether the individual is asking or not. Okay, I think there is a confusion here. Let me clear this. In this bill, an individual can ask for various details of the person's data. Right. So I am an individual. I am this principal, and data fiduciary means either government or private sector. So I can ask the government or private sector that what are you doing with my data? How much of my data you have? What is the nature of my data you have? For what purpose you have used it? Whether you are storing it or not. So all the details can be asked. But the government can exempt the data fiduciaries from disclosing the information to the individual. Which means if I am asking for information about my data, government can say that we will not give you. Or private sector will say that we will not give you. Why? These are the exemptions which are there in this bill. There are many exemptions in the bill which prevent disclosure of information by the fiduciary to the principal. So I want to ask you one thing here. Is right to privacy absolute? Why? Yes, there are two issues here. No fundamental right is absolute. So hence right to privacy cannot be absolute. Even in this law also, there are a number of exemptions where I cannot have access to how my data is being used. So where is my privacy? So the government saying that we are amending this in order to protect privacy does not match with government action with respect to these provisions. In PDP bill, what you are doing? You are providing a lot of exemptions, which means you are restricting my privacy. You are restricting my privacy, which means right to privacy is not absolute. If right to privacy is not absolute in PDP, right to privacy cannot be absolute in RTA also. This is the argument which I am trying to give you. If right to privacy is not absolute in PDP, that cannot be absolute here also. If you are making this no personal information will be given, you are making absolute. No personal information will be given, making it absolute here. Are you able to understand? And the problem with this person is very much. The term person is defined in PDP bill in a very big expanded term. Person is individual, a company, a corporation, Hindu undivided family, etc., etc., etc. So let's say the government of India enters into a contract with a company, contracting. The person is asking about the details of contract, which deals with the company also. Government will not give, or the PIA will what? PIA will decline, because no personal information will be given. Company is a person. It is not only individual. Are you able to understand what I am trying to say? The expansion, the definition of person in PDP is so huge, vague, expanded, that everything will be covered under this. Even government is using PPP these days. Many contracting out, contract, etc., etc. Everything will be exempted from RTI. There are many RTI applications which have been filed to find out whether the project is implemented or not, whether the road is constructed or not. The bridges are constructed on paper. No bridge. Who is constructing bridge? This private contractor. Who is giving contract? Government. Morbi bridge. Morbi. Who did the maintenance work? Company. Who gave the tender? Municipality. RTI. No personal information. Nothing will be given. Person also includes field servants. If I being a municipal officer, I have given this tender and I have signed it, will not be given. No personal information. Clause 30 violates the fundamental principles of RTI. Right. One thing is very much clear. RTI belongs to 2005. Before Puttaswamy. Puttaswamy 2017. Right to privacy became a fundamental right in 2017. RTI was enacted in 2005. So, this legislation is pre-privacy era. So, it is true that RTI legislation needs to be molded, modified, amended to incorporate the privacy jurisprudence. We are not saying that RTI can be amended, various portions can be amended in order to include the larger aspect of privacy of individuals. But just striking down this entire provision to make this is not the right way. Because one, it will clearly impact the access to information of people. Not only that, the argument is that right to information is near absolute if not correct, because you are providing a lot of exemptions in PDP bill. In fact, no fundamental right is absolute. There has to be different restriction. And these are actually what? Restrictions. See, I am also saying that, I am also arguing that even though RTI Act is 2005, still it incorporates privacy aspects. Why? You see this. Personal information will not be given in general, but in public interest will be given. If it is not unwarranted invasion to privacy, will be given. Parliament. So these are what? Safeguards. These are checks and balances. These are safeguards. So RTI Act 2005 does not ignore privacy altogether. There are checks and balances inbuilt in RTI Act, section 8(1)(j). It does not mean that RTI Act is ignorant of the privacy. Clear? So, in order to make the RTI commensurate with the right to privacy, the principle of proportionality needs to be followed. Ultimately, this is a fundamental right. You are violating it. So, violation should be what? Limitation to fundamental right should be based upon principles of proportionality. While we were discussing the Personal Data Protection Bill, we also mentioned this principle of proportionality. The restrictions which are placed in right to privacy, which is a fundamental right, through the provisions of this bill are unproportional, disproportional. If you want to, my right to information is a fundamental right. Article 19(1)(a) has been interpreted by the Supreme Court. One case is Raj Narayan versus Indira Gandhi, 1971. Supreme Court has said this is fundamental right. Fine. So, I have a right to information, which is fundamental right. You are putting limitation on my right. The limitation should be proportional. Every limitation on fundamental right should be proportional, which means doctrine of proportionality or principle of proportionality should be the basis of deciding, amending to make RTI in commensuration with bill. Not this way. We have also provided some other issues with RTI that you can read. Very simple. Have you understood the nuances here, the issue? Next is
multi-state cooperative.
multi-state cooperative society. What is time? 8. 8 means 430 plus 330. Acha. Multi-State Cooperative Societies Act. You see, there are two types of cooperative societies. Cooperative. One is state level, another is multi-state. State level means a society or a cooperative which has operation within the state. It has no role in outside state. Let's say Haryana, a society working in Haryana only. The members are from Haryana. The operation of the society is in Haryana. It is registered in Haryana. That is state cooperative society. But a society which is based in Haryana but also have operation working in Uttar Pradesh, multi-state. Any cooperative society having operation in more than one state is multi-state cooperative society. Clear? As per constitution, as per constitution, the control over state level societies are with state legislature and state government. Multi-state, union level. Multi-state, union, state level, state. Clear? This is clear? Now we are dealing with a bill which is known as Multi-State Cooperative Societies Bill. So who would have formulated this bill? The union government. There is the first time the union government formulated a bill for dealing with, regulating, controlling the multi-state societies was in 1984. It was amended in 2002. Now there is a third amendment. Sorry, second amendment. Second amendment. So multi-state cooperative societies 2002 is being amended through this bill. Correct? Now why this bill is being amended? Sorry, why this act is being amended? Because 97th Constitutional Amendment Act 2011 added some provision in the constitution. It made forming cooperative societies a fundamental right. 19(1)(c). It also added 43(b). It made DPSP, state have a duty, etc., etc. for professional management, democratic functioning, professional management, democratic control, autonomous functioning, and there is one more. 43(b). Professional management, democratic control, voluntary formation, and autonomous functioning. These four. For this, state can make law. Also, it has added this part 9(b). So, 97th Amendment added these things. So, you see that the earlier bill was 2002. Right? 2002. This is 2011. So, we are amending this bill or this act in order to include the spirit of 97th Amendment Act. Clear? This is one reason government also saying that we are bringing this bill to have ease of doing business, transparency, etc., etc. That you can read it. Very easy. This is very easy. Some provisions have been given, like some features of this bill, like let's say election authorities will be set up, right? Election authority, which means cooperative society has board of governors. So who will be members of the board? The members of the cooperative will elect. So in order to control this election, a body will be set up, cooperative election authority. There will be what we say, and this ombudsman will be set up. Ombudsman means grievances. There will be a fund. A fund will be set up which will be used for helping the societies, reconstruction, rehabilitation, etc., etc. What else? It also provides for what, let's say, inclusion, that is SC, ST and women. So SC, ST and women will be having what we say, seats in the governing board of society. So it is making the society more inclusive. It also provides for, let's say, merger, which means a state society can merge with a multi-state society. Right? This is a provision. Another provision is supervision. Which means if the society is not functioning properly, corruption, etc., the federal government can appoint an administrator who will take over, manage the society. So, supersede. Clear? These are some provisions. But some of these provisions are criticized by the states and opposition parties. Now, why is it so? Keep in mind, cooperative society is what? State level, state cooperative society. Multi-state union. So, if at all there are some provisions in this multi-state law, multi-state bill, which impact the rights of state, then it is a problem of federalism. One example I will give you. This merger. It provides for merger of state level society with multi-state. State level society is controlled by the state government. It is established as per the law of the state. So, union law cannot provide for it. Violation of federalism. Clear? Second issue is this. As per the Constitution, 97th Amendment Act, Part 9b, Federal government can supersede the board of a multi-state cooperative society, in which the federal government has a share. 15% of the share of the society should be with the federal government, or those societies to which government provides fund, finance, etc. But this bill, what it is trying to do? Any cooperative society, that is any multi-state society, will be superseded. This violates 97th Amendment Act. If at all there is a question, how far do you agree with the statement that the proposed multi-state cooperative society bill 2022 violate the spirit of 97th Constitutional Amendment Act? To write this answer, you need what? Some proper understanding. I am giving you that here. One, I have given you this supervision. If the question is how far, then should support and against. In the beginning I said 2011, this amendment brought, 2002, legislation belonged to 2002. So, in order to implement the various aspects of the 97th Amendment Act, this bill is being amended. Positive I will tell you first, this authority. This is provided in the Amendment Act. So, government is bringing this authority in order to provide transparent election, which is as per Amendment Act 97th. This is let's say this one, inclusion, also as per that. Also, because 43B talks about democratic control, and Part 9B of the Constitution also talks about inclusion of SC, ST and women. So this will substantiate your answer, make it proper. Fund election, yes. So, and some problem is this supervision. Amendment says that only those having 51% share or government provides fund, etc. But this bill says any multi-state violate. Merger against federalism, violate Constitution, because state level merging with multi-state. Union law cannot provide for that. State level society is state legislation, right? Next, this fund also violate in the sense that you can use it both the ways. This fund will help what? Better functioning, autonomous of the society. But this fund is actually funded by the society themselves. Those profitable multi-state society will have to provide for this fund. So government is saying earmark this much of fund for this fund. So it is impacting the autonomous functioning of the society, which violates 43B. 43B talks about what? Autonomous functioning, which means the government control will be very less. Now government is managing the finances of this. Clear? Now, again, the problem of autonomous functioning is again this. Another point is that, see, as per this act, as per this bill, there are multiple authorities which control, regulate. Who? The multi-state society. You see this. As far as election is concerned, this one. As far as grievance is concerned, this one. As far as fund is concerned, another authority set up by the government. And there is something called central registrar. Central registrar, which means the society will register under this office. And not only that, there is RBI controlling multi-state. Now you tell me how much institutions, how many authorities are controlling the society? Multiple control, which will impact the autonomous functioning. Because ultimately cooperatives are people's institution, voluntarily formed for addressing the problems of people. The fundamental idea of cooperatives, each for all for each. That is the idea. That is the principle. Government intervention can have problem. Whenever government intervenes, it restricts the scope, freedom, autonomy. Similar to SHG also. So by having these additional authorities, election, auditing, let's say this fund, ombudsman, and various other administrator to oversee, supervision, existing authority, central register, RBI, multiple control on multi-state cooperative society, which will undermine its autonomous functioning as well as professional management. Right? But this bill also significant. Why is it significant? It streamlines the process. By providing election authority, it brings transparency. I am giving you points to write the answer. The facts are same. The way you interpret right is different. Election authority, transparency election process. The board will become more inclusion, women, etc., etc. There have been scams in multi-state cooperative societies. This Punjab and Maharashtra Bank, Lakshmi Vilas Bank, etc., etc. Lot of the government is going to address these scams, problem, corruption, etc. is going to bring in this bill. If there is, let's say, ombudsman, grievances can be addressed, corruption, mismanagement, etc. can be addressed. Not only that, the bill also reduces the time of registration. I think it's 3 months. Now, if you are applying for registration, the registration will be granted within 3 months. Registration will be taken. Earlier it was 4 months. So, if you are doing business. Right, these are some aspects of this bill. But the constitutional aspect is more important. So, cooperative is part of something called social capital institution. Because SHG, the PRIs, the NGOs at the local level, the cooperatives, the trust, etc. are known as social capital institution. The second ARC has called this institution as this. Cooperatives are very important as far as India is concerned, whether it is multi-state or state. Because these are instruments for bottom-up development, inclusive participation, inclusive governance. The government is using this cooperative for achieving its objective of policy. Government has instituted a new Ministry of Cooperation. Ministry of Cooperation to provide a legislative and policy framework for better management and promotion of cooperative sector in the entire country. Ministry of Cooperation. It will bring. I think that they are going to bring a policy dealing with cooperation. They also have some schemes, Sahakar Mitra, something like that. Sahakar, right? Earlier, this cooperation was a what department under the Ministry of Agriculture. Now, department became ministry, which means the significance, right? And also there are multiple examples, case study, Amul and etc., which are the pioneer of cooperative system in this country. This Mother Dairy in Delhi, right? There are multiple in Kerala. I mean, there are many southern states which are having a huge base of cooperatives. Cooperative society does not mean that only bank. Cooperative can have multiple ways. Bank, credit society, production of milk, etc. Their range is expansive, not limited. Cooperative undertaking banking operation under the control of RBI. Urban Cooperative Bank, multi-state cooperative banks, and district cooperative bank and state cooperative bank. Primary agricultural credit societies are not under the control of RBI. Banking Regulation Act 1949 was amended recently in order to provide control to RBI to deal with urban cooperative bank because of the various scams that have been happening. This is also under challenge because the powers given to RBI under Banking Regulation Act is violative of the Schedule 7, which provide control to state legislature to deal with cooperative societies. This is also under challenge. Cooperative is a very important institution. It has multiple applications in governance, right? Economic development, social progress, people's participation, right? And non-profit institution, etc., etc. Multiple implications. This cooperative can also be a part of your social justice, or part of polity in GS2, or part of your what? Paper 1, society as such, or part of GS3, economy. These are economic development institutions. Fragmented? Definitely, yes, there is something called cooperative. Yes, why not? Ultimately, the purpose is that people are coming together. Let's say this milk production. Milk. This farmer producer organization. These are examples of, yeah, absolutely. They are pooling their resources in order to have better outcome. That's the idea. There are multiple ways: land, milk, sugar, etc., etc. There are multiple. Land pooling, agriculture, sugar. This bank also, ultimately people are giving their saving and pooling, and this is happening. But these are not profit-oriented institutions as such. The primary benefit of cooperative is, it is local, it is close to people. People feel more, let's say, enthusiastic and happy and connected and closer to this cooperative rather than going to government institution or a bank. Because the people sitting there are known to us. They know. Definitely they are from the village or that particular area. So there is closeness, understanding. And the way they conduct business is not like the banks and other institutions. Not that much very difficult procedure, no. Easy procedures, streamlined procedures, knowledge of each other. So people feel more confident and happy to visit these institutions. See, when we go to a bank, let's say a person from a rural area, having no knowledge of the modern banking system, if the person has to withdraw money, let's say pension, through a bank, he has to visit a bank, let's say which is in city. He is not aware of the banking system. So he will feel what? Some kind of uneasiness. We will have that because if we do not have any knowledge about anything, what happens is that we feel perplexed, agonized, disappointed, or some kind of feeling, fear, something like that. It is not the case with which something we know. If there is a cooperative bank in nearby where I can put my money, whatever money I have saving, every day I can go. When 10 rupees, 5 rupees I can deposit. In a bank I cannot do that. In a bank, if I take money, they will say that, let's say after 3 o'clock, no transaction. In a cooperative, there is evening, 7 to 8 night. Anytime you can go. If there is some problem, they will call you. Come, I am here, etc. You can come here, etc., etc. So it's friendliness. Trust is the basic ingredient of cooperative system. Trust and confidence. Government intervention may impact the trust and confidence. The scams and corruption in cooperatives are impacting the trust and confidence. So whatever government is doing at this point in time, or parliament is trying to do, is to bring back the trust and confidence by establishing this mechanism and institutions. But there are some problems in this. That is why this bill has been referred to JPC, Joint Parliamentary Committee, which is will be discussing. I think April, Jan, maybe 2-3 months this JPC has to discuss and address these issues. This is also an example of the government working as per parliamentary procedure. This is also an example of the function of JPC and standing committee. You can use multiple areas, multiple domains. Clear? Last one. Huh?
India, China.
It is not actually India, China. It is Indo-Pacific, right? India, China and Indo-Pacific, new normal. What is Indo-Pacific? What is the idea of Indo-Pacific? I will take 15 minutes, we can finish it off. Then it will be 4:30 plus 4. Okay. Indo-Pacific. There is no standard definition or standard concept of Indo-Pacific. The way various countries see Indo-Pacific is different. The way India sees it is different. The way USA sees it is different. The way China sees it is different. Indo-Pacific includes two words, Indian and Pacific. This stands for Indian Ocean. This stands for Pacific Ocean. So Indo-Pacific is a concept which covers Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean and the countries which are around these oceans. So Indo-Pacific is a region or a concept which covers Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean and the countries or territories around these two oceans. Indo-Pacific is an evolving concept. It is a recent idea or recent concept in the foreign policy discourse. In general, Indo-Pacific is considered as a maritime concept. Maritime. Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean and the various islands in it. Right? So generally maritime, but if you want to define it properly or let's say you want to have a working definition, then it is Indo-Pacific is a concept that includes the Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean and the countries which are around these two oceans. That is Indo-Pacific. The idea of Indo-Pacific is a new, recent origin. Why? In order to understand that, you should also know this, Asia-Pacific. You know Asia-Pacific? Asia-Pacific means those countries of Asia which are littoral to Pacific Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. Asia-Pacific. Asian countries having border with Pacific Ocean and the Pacific Ocean and Pacific Ocean countries. So do you think that India will be part of this? Is India part of Asia-Pacific concept? Why? Because India does not have border with the Pacific Ocean. So Asia-Pacific represents the Asian countries having border with Pacific and the Pacific region and the countries. One of the most important player in this area has been China. Because the entire East Asia and Southeast Asia, China is the behemoth. China also controlling what we say, South China Sea, East China Sea, etc., etc. So economically, militarily, China is the most important player here. And you know that one thing, after the Cold War, world became unipolar, which means power concentrated in USA. But beginning 2000, China's economic development, manufacture-led growth and its simultaneous development of the defense infrastructure forced challenges to USA. Which this challenge by China to USA has been increasing. You must have read about this currency war, trade war, etc. between China and USA. And not only that, in the context of Quad, you also know that China said that this Quad is something called Asian NATO. The only purpose of Quad is to contain China in this Pacific region, etc. The idea of Indo-Pacific, which tend to replace Asia-Pacific, has to be seen in the USA-China rivalry. Indo-Pacific became prominent because of Chinese aggression, Chinese hegemony in the Asia-Pacific region. What China is trying to do with the South China Sea, what China is trying to do with the East China Sea, what China is trying to do with Taiwan, what China is trying to do with Japan, what China is trying to do with Pacific Ocean island countries, what China is trying to do with Australia. Increasing Chinese aggression, increasing Chinese might, increasing Chinese prominence in the Indo-Ocean region as well as the Asia Pacific made USA to change its approach. USA realized that today China is the major threat to my interest. It is not Russia, it is China. Hence, USA has taken number of initiatives, steps, policy mechanism, foreign policy strategies to counter, to contain this Chinese influence, Chinese expansion. One of the major important idea, approach, strategies is Indo-Pacific, which includes India, Indian Ocean region, which means India is a major player here. Pacific, entire Pacific. So, India having problem with China can become an important partner in USA's action against China in the Indo-Pacific. But the idea of Indo-Pacific in strategic terms, which means in the context of international relation, the prominence of this idea came from Shinzo Abe. Who? Shinzo Abe, 2007. He used this term Indo-Pacific in speeches and policy documents, etc., etc. And also, Japan, this period, formulated something called Free and Open Indo-Pacific, FOIP, Free and Open Indo-Pacific Strategy. Free Open Indo-Pacific Strategy was formulated by Japan. Free and open. Remember, this is a period in which China's aggression is there in South China Sea and East China. There is an island, Senkaku and Diaoyu. Diaoyu in Japanese, Diaoyu in Chinese language and Senkaku in Japanese language. Island which is a bone of contention between China and Japan. And China is supporting North Korea. And North Korea is keeping on sending missiles to Japanese waters. So increasing Chinese aggression is a threat to Japan. Japan decided that there should be a different approach. And Japan wanted that USA and other countries should also focus upon Indo-Pacific. Shinzo Abe brought this Indo-Pacific into the foreign policy discourse, especially through Free Open Indo-Pacific Strategy 2007-8. Later, in 2017, what happened? No, not 2017, I would say 2005. Before, although the term Indo-Pacific was not in vogue, in 2005, USA came out with something called, what do we say, pivot to Asia. Remember, have you heard about this? Definitely. Pivot to Asia. It's a foreign policy strategy of USA brought by Obama administration in 2005. This strategy essentially meant refocus of USA from the Middle East to the Indo-Pacific, that is Indo-Ocean region. USA's foreign policy was based upon what? The Middle East or the Western countries, European countries, etc. But as the power, force, economic might has been shifting from the west to east, and also the increasing might of China, which is creating strategic threats to USA, USA decided to refocus from the west to east. It wanted to focus upon Asia, especially this Pacific region. Pivot to Asia began the USA's move towards Indo-Pacific. Later, Trump regime, when Trump became the president of USA, this Indo-Pacific doctrine or movement approach got more currency, more push. In 2017, National Security Strategy of USA mentioned about Indo-Pacific. National Security Strategy of USA 2017 elaborately discussed the concept of Indo-Pacific and what USA should do in Indo-Pacific. Also said we should have allies. We should focus on Indo-Pacific. Indo-Pacific is going to be the new theater of what? Economic development, geopolitical rivalry, where great conflicts will be fought. This Indo-Pacific is a region where 80% of the world trade oil passes. This Indo-Pacific is a region where the choke points of the sea lanes of communication are situated. Malacca, this Hormuz, Mandab, etc., etc. Very significant. MSS. Later, USA renamed its command. Pacific Command. USA Pacific Command was renamed to Indo-Pacific Command. Later, as of today, Biden, the current president, formed something called Indo-Pacific Strategy Document. Indo-Pacific Strategy Document. 2022. Because of the various actions of USA and various actions, activities, policies of Japan and various European countries, because of their ideological alignment with USA, came out with a lot of policy document, alliance statements, etc., etc., with respect to Indo-Pacific. Earlier, this region was Indian Ocean region and Asia Pacific. Now it is Indo-Pacific. Indian Ocean region or Indian Ocean region now has been metamorphosed into Indo-Pacific. Indo-Pacific means Indian Ocean region full. Indian Ocean full and Pacific. The idea of this maritime concept is rooted in various strategic thinking approaches, policies of USA, Japan and India also. Why? One example I will give you. This 2019, India came out with something called Indo-Pacific Policy Initiative, IOPI, IPOI, Indo-Pacific Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative. No. Not economic. That is IPF, that is Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, is initiative of USA, in which India is also partner. That also shows the significance of Indo-Pacific. Everything is happening around Indo-Pacific. Asia-Pacific has gone out of the discourse. Asia-Pacific, who was there? China. There is something called APEC, Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, including China, Australia, etc., etc. So this was the major multilateral organization here. Trade, security, investment, etc., etc. Now this is gone out of discourse in general. IPOI, na? Yes. Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative, correct? Yes. 2019. This is the strategy of India to deal with Indo-Pacific. So India, instead of Indian Ocean, Sagar, all those things, 2015, Mausam, Sagar, everything is gone into the oblivion. Now we are talking about Indo-Pacific, Quad, Indo-Pacific, Japan, Australia, USA. So Indo-Pacific has become the new lexicon in the foreign policy discourse. The primary objective, primary idea is this containment of China. Although there are other strategic, let's say, trade-related, blue economic-related, etc., issues or areas, but primarily it's a strategic repositioning, strategic realignment, strategic refocus. So whether it is Japan, Australia, India, UK, France, USA, South Korea. If you are reading newspaper, then you will know that South Korea recently has released this, what do you say, one strategy paper, right? National Security Strategy of South Korea, in which South Korea has talked about Indo-Pacific. Japan, recently, I think this month, Japan has released National Defense Security Document and National Strategy, Security Strategy, NSS, in which it has said China is the biggest threat to me. Openly. And it wanted collaboration among the countries to contain China. It has enhanced its defense budget. It is trying to have something called military strike capability, ICBMs, etc., etc. Article 9 of Japanese Constitution says that no war policy, military should be self-defense, not for offensive. Japan is trying to change the entire narrative because these things are happening. Chinese aggression, Taiwan, China is trying to control Taiwan, China is doing with Hong Kong, China is doing with entire South China Sea. So the new normal we are talking about is the old normal is Asia Pacific and Indo-Ocean region. Separate concept and separate way of engaging. The new normal is Indo-Pacific, which tries to change the configuration of relationship and the traditional way of looking at this region. Indo-Pacific became the new normal, which almost, I won't say almost, the right word should be the Indo-Pacific strategies of various countries, either individually or collectively, have been able to somewhat reduce or stop the aggression or advanced movement of China within this region. So this Indo-Pacific is trying to checkmate the Chinese aggression, Chinese hegemony, Chinese control, Chinese influence. This is the new normal here. What was normal was Asia Pacific and Chinese hegemony. Because of the larger initiatives, policy terms or institutional mechanisms, or this one, what is that? AUKUS. Remember? Australia is having something called, going to have nuclear powered submarines. Not only that, Quad is something what? Not only military, it is expanding. 2 level summit meeting happened. India-Australia signed something called free trade agreement. Malabar exercise is going to happening. And because of this Indo-Pacific, India and trying to influence the neighboring countries along with the help of what we say USA and etc. Right, because India's neighboring countries, especially Nepal, Myanmar, the Maldives, Sri Lanka, etc. are highly influenced by China. How it is being done? Debt, diplomacy, BRI, port leasing, etc. etc. So India, although bilaterally or in conjunction with various other countries, are trying to provide developmental aid and other security, let's say security provision, disaster management help, etc., etc. to these countries in order to reduce the Chinese advancement. China is an adversary to India, no doubt about that. So whatever Chinese influence expansion in Indo-Pacific, especially Indian Ocean region, is going to impact India's interest, no doubt about that. So India may not be able to alone tackle the Chinese threat. Because Chinese economy is huge, it has a lot of influence in Africa, Latin America, etc., etc. We may not be able to match that, but when we engage with others, then we can be able to do that. Like Maldives, we are having something called India First policy of Maldives. We are able to do that after this Ibrahim Soli came to power. We helped the Sri Lankan government. We are collaborating with Japan to help Sri Lanka, building, construction, transport, etc., etc. Right. So because of this dimension changes, the Indo-Pacific is able to create a new normal to reduce the influence expansion of Chinese aggression. But China is not sitting very happily. China says Indo-Pacific, there is nothing called Indo-Pacific, there is Asia-Pacific, in which I am the big one. Indo-Pacific is the only purpose of Indo-Pacific as a maritime concept, as a geopolitical concept, is to contain me. It's a counter-China strategy. While other players are entering into alliances, grouping, etc., etc., China, Russia, South Korea are what? Are getting into alliances, etc., etc. So there is another block which is going to be developed. In Indo-Pacific, there is this, if we add Iran, Iran, North Korea, China, Russia, and some other countries are coming together to become a block in Indo-Pacific. China has immense influence in Pacific Island Ocean countries. This, what do you say, Melanesia, Polynesia region. Solomon Island, China has influence over that. One, what is that? US ship was supposed to dock in Solomon Islands. China said to Solomon Islands, don't allow. Solomon Islands did not allow. So Chinese expansion influence over the Pacific Island region, which is traditionally under the influence of Australia and New Zealand, is also creating problems to New Zealand and Australia. That is why Australia is being also changing its approach. But the new normal can be what? Can be, we are not saying that this is the reality. Chinese aggression is limited or restricted, etc. We are saying some kind of influence is there on China. Definitely it will be, because we are having this much, so China will definitely take note of it. There is some kind of stoppage, or let's say influence or control over the Chinese aggression, expansion and hegemony. But that does not mean that this is going to be the situation. Why? Because China has a huge purse. Chinese economy, and most of the countries in this region are what? Poor countries, developing countries, and they require money, either for corruption or for development, etc., etc. So definitely, if China is able to give them, in fact, China gives it without much conditionalities, without much supervision, etc., etc. So, but when China gives for development and infrastructure, then this country will be under the influence of China. One example is Bangladesh has taken $45 million from IMF. Nepal has just gone through this election. Now the person in Nepal is Prajanda, pro-China, Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist. It will create problem to India. Correct. So there are different, let's say, dynamics in play in the region. Elections, developmental issues, COVID-19 problem. So whenever China has immense scope to influence these countries. Myanmar, yes, I would say Myanmar, military rule. China and Russia have been the supporters of this rule. Arms, funds, and trying to stop revolution in this UNSC. So Myanmar is part of Indo-Pacific, but Myanmar is effectively influenced by China. The more there is less democracy in Myanmar, the more it will be Chinese territory. So we are not saying that this is the new normal. This is going to be one, or this may be, but there are other challenges. And India and other countries need to be wary of that. India especially. Because we need to, there is a change in government in Nepal, so we should develop better relations. We should also have good relation with Myanmar, although there is no democracy in Myanmar. If we are including Afghanistan in our discourse, then also there is another topic there is this issue of India discussing with Taliban issue, etc., etc. So as far as India is concerned, Indo-Pacific is the new normal for India. Indian Ocean region has been gone out of. UPSC is asking about Indo-Pacific, 2020 question I think, 2021, Indo-Pacific. That has been the lexicon, discourse. That is the issue about Indo-Pacific. It's an evolving one. Generally, the east coast of Africa, from east coast of Africa and west coast of Pacific, Western Pacific, which means Australia and that area. This is included in the Indo-Pacific. Western Pacific Ocean and east coast of Africa and the countries and region in between. But USA says we are also part of Indo-Pacific. And there is no agreement on that. Right? So you can, but agreement with this is a region which comprises Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean and various other countries, etc., etc. Essentially, maritime concept originated because of the Chinese rivalry, very significant in terms of trade, communication, marine resources, and security concerns, etc., etc. But as far as India is concerned, India has a policy, and whatever India is doing in this region, Quad, BIMSTEC, etc., etc., are also part of this Indo-Pacific, because it is part of Indian Ocean region also. Correct. Our even Lukis policy or Actis policy also part of Indo-Pacific. So Indo-Pacific is a macro region. Are you able to understand? That's it. We'll meet later. Anything you want to ask, you can.
The USA can be said as Pacific country.
Definitely.
Because some state of USA clear the border.
Because the Eastern Pacific, USA, Eastern Pacific also part of the what we say, the South America, yes. Absolutely, yes. True. Then France is also part of Pacific because Mayotte and Mayotte and Reunion Island. Yes. It's an evolving idea. As far as India is concerned, India has a different view. India says it is this, let's say, East Coast Africa, Indian Ocean and Southeast Asia, that's it. Even European countries having bases or let's say the island, etc., they can. That is what, there is no agreement as such, but we need to have working definition. We need to understand what exactly it is. Right? India, Indian Ocean region and Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean and the countries adjacent to it, primarily maritime concept, which is generally thought to extend from East Coast Africa to the Western Pacific and the countries and region in between. This is it. This will provide an understanding for us. On the basis of that, we can move. Clear? Okay, thank you.
The first step towards achieving your dreams is having the right coach. Get the best education with Lukmaan IAS and make your UPSC dreams come true. Download the app now.